Hello.
Hello. Are you making me one or two breakout rooms?
How many do you want? Two?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, we have Leanna. Good.
Yeah.
Just Leanna, right?
Yes. Yep. Only the one.
Cool. We have Mr. Parker.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Parker a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't look too bad.
No, it doesn't. It's not bad. So look at all my rooms and tell me what do you see any more that I need that I should name some?
Where's Lawrence?
He's the very first one on Eric Baker's case.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
only did that
I see
because
that. Yeah.
that's a homicide, and usually he has family, and I think one of the family members might be coming in today. on this.
Prosecutor state that's going to be for pretrials.
Yeah, that's fine. Or whichever one Jane's not. I just don't know who she's bringing with her today.
I got you. Prosecutor Sona.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if I should have made, no, I was gonna say make Jane a waiting room, but no.
You know what?
'cause-
She never uses it.
Yeah, I don't think she would anyways. And I think like Leanna's just gonna rip her out of wherever she's at anyways.
For
and talk
sure.
to her.
Yeah. So as long as you hit Leanna's co-host, you'll be
Yeah,
totally
and
fine.
Leanna's got 2 rooms anyways. So
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think that's plenty.
I think so too.
Yeah, 'cause you got room if yeah.
Other people.
Well, if the other attorneys got to talk to their clients.
Yeah. And the only thing is like the Timothy King guy who is the old jail. I don't think they start till almost 9.
Yeah, I think you're right because I haven't had them come in till later. Yeah, you have plenty of rooms. Cool.
Well, I thank you.
Not that many exams.
Um,
Like probable cause. I mean, a little bit, but not. It's not bad.
1,
Do they stop
2,
at 9:30?
my probable causes?
Oh no, you see, but you don't have any at 9:45, do you? Or one, just one, two. No, the
Yeah.
same person, just one.
No, 2 at 9:45. Bennett and Salters.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just if everybody
Nothing at
shows.
10:30, 10:15 is your last probable cause.
Right, and then 10:30 is just the
Yay.
state.
Cool.
Yeah. I was waiting for emails to come through on people, pleading out on their their
Oh,
exams,
yeah.
but I didn't get any today.
You have beach is a probable cause. Oh, no, it's an exam.
Well, he's both.
He is both. I see that
he
now.
picked up
Yeah,
a new case,
yeah.
so
Yeah, I think I knew that.
yeah, so we put him on for that.
Good grief. Okay.
I know he just can't stop.
All right. So wait,
Mhm.
are you looking at 315?
Yeah. Yep. Told you.
One.
Yep.
So that you're going to have Jane stay.
Yep. They don't care.
She'll call ahead. Does she have the file?
No, it's in the courtroom. I guess I should go through it in her room. I'm gonna go through it in her room.
Yeah,
If
go through
jail
it in her room. I'll watch for him.
Hi, Mr. Johnson.
Hi there. Good morning.
Good morning. Is Miss G with you?
No, I was just trying to get a early start if I could. If I could waive her appearance, that'd be great. I have to go to Troy.
Does she know that you're waiving her appearance? I mean, does she know that you're trying to do this? Just so that we're not going to expect her later.
Oh no, I'll take care of her.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. What were you planning on doing today?
So we were supposed to get a word from the prosecutor. The prosecutor had to check with our supervisor about a resolution.
Oh, okay.
So I'm here to see.
All right. When the prosecutor gets here, I'll put you guys in a breakout room and see if you can figure things out. Okay.
Okay, that'll work.
All right. I'll leave you where you're at.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Sincere.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I just want to verify. You're still on Temp Drive in Romulus,
Yes,
and your last four digits of your phone number is 7592, correct?
yes.
All right, then I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, waiting for your attorney, and we'll bring you in when we're ready for you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. If you're able to, make sure that you have video when we bring you back in. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Michelle.
Yeah.
We have to figure out how what little icon we're gonna use to know that I know that you've spoke to these people.
Just assume that I am, because I'm going to grab every person as they came in, because I went to grab him as you grabbed
Oh,
him.
okay. Sorry. Thank you. Or I'll just throw them in there. But see, I don't always know that when they come out. Why are these people not being able to join? Good morning, Leanna.
Hi, Heather.
I'm gonna make you co-host.
Thank you. You know what I've noticed that they were doing in another courtroom that worked well, and I don't know if Michelle, if you want to do this, so if it's a bad idea, tell me to shut up. They were adding the time that the people were scheduled after their name, and then that was an indicator that they'd already been spoken to.
Heather's been doing that.
Oh, well then you know what? I'll stop doing it. And Michelle, so like Leanna, just put the time and then I'll know that you talk to him, so then I'll leave him alone. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Thank you, Leanna.
I guess I should have just kept that to myself. Sorry, Michelle.
No, you're all good. That's all
Yeah,
good.
we were trying to figure out how we were going to know which one she spoke to or not, so that worked out.
Because Heather's a little anal and she like grabs him too fast.
There's not. What?
Hi, Miss Fulmer.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Do you have your client with you today?
She should be here any second.
Okay. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, please.
Okay. So when the prosecutor gets here, I'll let you speak to her first.
Yes.
Because your case isn't until 9:45.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, but if I can speak to her early on, that would be very helpful.
All righty. When she gets here, I'll let you speak to her.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Jane,
Yes,
who's working with you today?
Alex,
Who's doing felonies?
me, PCC's me. He's doing misdemeanors. There's hardly any misdemeanors.
Okay, so you're felonies today. I have a couple of attorneys already needing to speak to you. First, it's Mr. Johnson on the DeQuinta G case at 10:15. So let me make you
Weird.
co-host.
Wait, co-host.
Yep, just in case.
Okay, just in case.
Yep,
Oh, wow. Look at, there's all these breakout rooms set up already.
I know. And look, you have one for yourself.
I know. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Jane goes in Jane's, Mr. Johnson. And then I have somebody whenever you're done, Miss Fulmer. Good morning, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
Sorry. When Mr. Parker gets here, did you need to speak to him? Or are you guys ready
No.
to go?
I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Sona.
How are you?
I'm fine. You are a busy girl today.
I am, which is why I'm in the court so early today.
Oh.
I've never done it from here before. It's very busy.
Oh, which room are you in?
The nice big one.
Which one? Because I never knew that none of them had windows.
Yeah, the back corner one, which is I think like the witness room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do
Nice.
you have the ones that I'm on, or would you like me to go through them?
If you can, just to verify that I have them.
Yes, of course. So Tommy George,
Mm-hmm.
Timothy King, both files, Northington,
Mm-hmm.
Drader. Oh, sorry, Drader, we're gonna move. And then McCulley and Greiner, Christopher Greiner.
Okay, so is Jane taking on Bryant?
Bryant, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would usually be mine, but I can't do it because of a conflict.
Okay. Good morning, Alex.
Morning, Heather. Heather, Jane's going to be doing the PCCs today, and I'm doing the misdemeanors and tickets.
All righty. So you'll be working along with Leanna today. Because Leanna's the MIDC attorney. So anybody
Love
that
to hear
needs
that.
them. Leanna, did you need to speak to him on your case that you have later? Oh, we'll have you guys live for Mr. Kyle.
Yeah,
Smith.
that's a live one. It's gonna
Okay.
be fun.
So
Hey,
no worries
Heather.
on that. Yes,
Heather,
Michelle.
you gave that file, the 315 to Jane?
Yes,
Oh,
I
Alex
did.
probably need, Alex, there's a 315, like traffic, like one of the truck cases.
Okay.
Probably. You might want to grab that, set for 315
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
I
can
saw
work it
Jane.
out
I'll grab
earlier.
it from Jane.
Yeah, Jane has it now.
I'm kind of worried about the jail. I'm going to call them. Mr. Johnson, did you figure out what you guys are gonna do?
Am I on? Okay.
Yep.
Yes, I spoke with Miss Gillis here. I have to
Uh-huh.
speak with Miss G. I just called her. I'm gonna call her right back and then have her Zoom on, and then we'll give you the answer.
Okay, well, are we just adjourning it or it's going a little farther than that? Because if we're just adjourning it, we can just adjourn it.
That's what I'm checking with her.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'll be right with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Miss Fulmer regarding Sadie Salters. That's at 9:45.
Got it.
Thank you.
Hi, who am I speaking with? Miss Gillis?
Nope, not yet. I'm gonna put you in a
Not
breakout
yet.
room.
Okay.
Jane, if you can jump back into that room because I can't put you back in there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Which
Mr.
room?
Parker, back into your Gillis room. The one that you were just in. Just
Yeah,
hit
it says
join.
close all rooms when I
No,
press.
don't touch that.
Okay.
It should be just join, I think.
No, it says unassigned and then it says prosecute. Oh, join. I'm sorry. It's weird when you make me the person. Okay.
Mr. Parker. Miss New.
Good morning.
Good morning. When Mr. King comes on, did you need a breakout room with the jail?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. I think this. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Bryant? Sincere Bryant?
No, I talked to everybody except said Mr. Nightingale. Let me get my work here. I got so many things to do today. It will be Mr. Noddington. D'Angelo Noddington is the only person who I haven't talked to. Everybody else is on board and we're looking for dates.
All right. So when Northington comes on, we'll put you in a breakout room with him.
Okay.
Let's see.
I have Miss Bennett. I have Mr. Bryant. I have Miss Sims Neal. And then I also have Northington. And Northington is the only one I haven't talked to yet.
Aria Bennett. Did you say that name?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right.
You want to just give me dates? That's what you're trying to do?
Well, hold on 1 second. In the Wayne
Okay.
County Jail Division 2, are you Mr. King?
Good morning. Yes,
Good
this
morning.
is Timothy King.
Okay, I'm going to put him in a breakout room with his attorney.
Okay, thanks, Heather.
Thank you. All right. So Mr. Parker, will you be able to get a hold of your clients?
Okay. Everybody was supposed to log in. They have the login number, but I've talked to everybody. We have a plan.
Okay.
And Mr. Northington is the only person
one.
I haven't been able to get a contact. Do you have a contact number in your file?
Let me double check.
There was nothing on the database that I went to.
I'll chat you his phone number.
That'll be fine.
Mr. Johnson, did you need to speak to Miss G? Because she is in the waiting room.
Hi there. Okay.
Hi.
Is she on?
She
Miss
is
G?
on. I just have not brought her in yet because I just need to verify if you needed to speak to her in a breakout room or if you're ready to go.
Breakout room would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Michelle,
Yes.
do you want to grab her first, check,
Yep.
and then throw her in the breakout room with her attorney?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Do you need to bring Miss Sincere Brian in?
No, not yet. I'm gonna wait till the
Okay.
judge jumps on.
Okay.
Oh, for you to speak to him.
Or for Mr. Parker. I didn't know if you needed to talk to him.
No,
Okay.
Mr. Parker said he's ready to go.
And whose client, what client is
And
this?
Mr. Bryant, Sincere Bryant.
I'm ready on Mr. Bryant.
Okay, you do realize that Miss Gillis is going to be the prosecutor on that case?
On Mr. Bryant's case?
Yes.
Okay.
It was Sona, but there was a conflict. So it's going to be Miss Gillis.
Okay.
Miss Fulmer?
Yes, hi. Can
Hi.
I just have a new date next week for
Sure.
discovery?
Let me verify that we have a good address. Yeah, okay. You just want 1 week?
Yes.
All right, I have 8:45 or 9:45, May 18th with Judge Green.
8:45 or 9:45? 9:45 is fine.
All right, if you can please relay that to your client, 9:45, Judge Green, you'll receive notice, but it is in a different courtroom.
Judge Green, I have to remember that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, who will give me the Zoom ID for that?
The notice or it's on our website.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a good day. Be safe and
too.
healthy.
Michelle, I'm going to start throwing these people in your waiting room.
I think Vassal Johnson was ready.
Yep, I threw him in the waiting room, or he wanted to talk to his client.
Oh, okay, I'm ready for more.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
Joe Semifro, what are you here for, please?
landlord tenant, 2 items.
You're on the wrong docket. We only have felony criminal today.
Okay, thank
You're welcome.
Hmm.
Ada, what are you here for, please?
Yeah, Barbara Dawkins.
Is it a civil matter? Oh,
No.
nope, I see you. Okay. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Alex, this is you.
Okay, I'm here, Heather. Sorry.
All right. You're going to have the one that says prosecutor state office.
Got it.
Just so you know.
Okay, go into my room, Heather.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alex. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
Have you been in contact with Mr. George?
Not since he was released from jail, but it looks from the jail website that he's in a mental health treatment program.
That's what I noticed too. So I wasn't for sure if you had spoke to him.
Not
okay. Is he your only one today?
Yes.
Okay. Then did you want to speak to the prosecutor or how did you want to handle Mr. George?
We've received discovery, so I was just going to ask for an in-person preliminary exam date.
Well, I don't think that's wise if you haven't spoke to him and we don't know where he's at and how long he's going to be there. So, I mean, if you want to push it out a couple weeks for a probable cause to make sure that you're still in contact with him.
That would be all right as well. Now that he's out of jail, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. So, how many weeks are you looking, like 2, so that you're able to contact him or?
Yeah, I think 2 would be sufficient.
Okay. So May 25th, I have 9:30.
That's fine.
Okay. That's going to be on Judge Green's docket.
Okay, great.
All right.
What case is this?
This is Sona's case. It's Tommy George. Did you hear that, Sona?
I did. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, Ms. Richards, then that's it. And we will see you for quite a few next week then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Drader,
Yes, ma'am.
are you the victim?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to verify. All right, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room till we are ready for you, okay?
Okay.
Miss New,
Yes.
are you ready to go, Mr. King?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, hold on.
Actually, Miss Heather, I'm not sure that the prosecutor is here for Mr. King.
Yeah, it's Sona. It's the domestic.
Oh, I see her. I see her. Thank
Yep,
you.
she's here.
All right. Good morning, folks. Have a seat. Heather, who do you want to start with?
We're going to start with Mr. Baker, Judge.
Appearances for the Baker matter, please.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. William Lawrence, P70481 for the people.
Who's representing Mr. Baker today?
It's James Parker.
Mr. Parker.
He's on here.
Good morning, Mr. Parker. Your appearance for Mr. Baker, please.
Good morning. Can we hear me?
Yes, your appearance for Mr. Baker, please.
Good morning.
Can you put your appearance on the record for Eric Baker?
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of Mr. Eric Baker, P53832.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are we still waiting for a forensic review, or have we had something come out?
We have something that has come out. Mr. Baker has been ruled competent to stand trial. We're still awaiting criminal responsibility. But at this point in time, he has been ruled competent. I don't know if the court remembers Mr. Baker. He had made a few requests, and he may have written the court a few letters that we also need to address possibly at this time. And we're ready to proceed.
All right. Well, what are the requests that we need to address today?
Mr. Baker has indicated that either he wants to represent himself or he wants new counsel. Mr. Baker, is that still your desire?
Yes, to represent myself.
Either one of the attorneys want to say anything?
At this point in time, I leave it in the court's discretion. We're available for Mr. Baker. We've talked to him a number of times. I've had my supervisors talk to him. Our private investigator has talked to him. We're ready to assist him. And I'm ready to proceed.
All right, Mr. Lawrence, any comment?
No comment as it relates to Mr. Baker representing himself. If the court voir dires him and that's what he wishes to do, then I guess that's the way it'll be. Can I say one thing, Judge, on the criminal responsibility matter? We did get a letter back from the court on April 12th, not from the court, but from the Department of Health and Human Services on April 12th, which was the same date as the competency evaluation report that we got. And in it, it says that the defendant declined to participate in the criminal responsibility evaluation, and so no report will be completed at this time. So I think with
Thank you for
that
the
being
clarification.
said, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, Mr. Baker, you do have a constitutional right to represent yourself. You have a constitutional right to pull your own teeth and take out your own appendix. I think all three are really bad ideas. You sure you want to represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I am not going to release Mr. Parker. We'll schedule, I'm assuming the next step is we're going to schedule an exam. Mr. Baker, correct? You want to have an exam scheduled on this matter?
The exam, what was the name of the exam? Because I did.
Preliminary exam.
Preliminary exam.
The next step is either we have a preliminary exam or you waive the preliminary exam so that we send the file down to the circuit court for the next step.
Yes.
You understand that, Mr. Baker?
Yes, I understand the preliminary exam. Now I wanted to make some motions.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. So here's what you can represent yourself, but Mr. Parker is going to be at every proceeding to assist you in the event that you want some advice or assistance.
Understood.
All right. Anything else on the, well, what's your next request?
Cross-examination.
What about it?
As far as the witness statement, and has the witness been summoned to court, Your Honor?
There's no witnesses for today. I'm sure there'll be some witnesses here for the preliminary exam when we get to that stage.
How many times have the witness been summoned, Your Honor?
Probably none. I don't think we've ever had an exam scheduled for this, so there's probably no subpoenas issued by the prosecutor's office yet.
Okay,
we haven't had a scheduled date, Mr. Baker, where testimony would be taken.
Okay, all right.
That hasn't
She
happened
has,
yet, at least by my memory.
I have a witness statement.
Okay, the witness statements might be part of the investigation from the police department, but those aren't court statements.
She was subpoenaed. That was told to me by Mr. Parker, and she gave a statement.
Well, that's something different, Mr. Baker. I told you it was an investigative subpoena. And he testified, but we talked about that briefly this past weekend, remember? And I asked you, did you have a copy of that? Did you want it? Those types of things, remember?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have a copy of it. And there's a rule that for a second summons within 91 days. If you do not meet,
there's a rule what?
Rule 1, period 109 is dealing with court records, defined documents, filing standards, signatures, electronic filing, and services.
Your audio is going in and out. You're referring to a court rule? What about the court rule?
The court rule indicates Rule 2, period 102, summons, expiration of summons, dismiss of action for failure to serve.
Mr. Baker, brother, I have got an entire docket today. I don't have an hour to spend with you today. If you have a question for me, if you have a request for the court, state it.
All right, what I'm stating, Your Honor, is that during the statement that she was summoned already to take, there's a 91-day rule that expires after that statement, and she's summoned again.
So you're worried about somebody else's summons?
Well, the statement of the witness if she does not meet that requirement of the 91 day, I'm eligible to be for dismissal of the witness statement.
All right, brother, nobody's even tried to use that statement in court yet. If you've got an objection about a statement, you raise that at the time the prosecutor tries to use it. For all I know, that the statement you're looking at in your hand, the prosecutor might not even want to use it. So save arguments about that statement until the prosecutor wants to use it. Then if you've got arguments about why that statement shouldn't be used, we can hash that out. But at this point, nobody's trying to use any statements. We're just trying to schedule a preliminary exam.
Okay, and during the preliminary exam, that's when you do the cross-examination.
If the prosecutor calls a witness against you at exam, you will have a right to cross-examine that witness.
Oh, okay.
Any other requests before we set that exam date?
Request that because of my personal care and my mobility, request that I receive a personal bond, Your Honor.
Not gonna happen, not with these charges, sir. Any other requests?
I don't know, I was just gonna make my motion to dismiss, but I gotta wait till preliminary exam.
All right, so let's get that scheduled. Heather, have you had a chance to speak to Mr. Parker and Mr. Lawrence about dates?
I did not, Judge. I
Oh.
just realized that. I'm sorry.
All right, that's all right. Can we put them in a breakout room with you while I take care of something else?
Yes, you can
Please.
handle the Timothy King matter. He's also in jail, and I will grab these guys into a breakout room.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
King, K-I-N-G.
King?
Yep.
Hey, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Baker.
I can the motions that I would make would have to be set up for the preliminary exam, correct?
I don't know what motions you're trying to make, so I can't tell you when to make them.
Oh, okay. Okay. My motions would be motion to summons the witness. My second motion would be records as far as her being arrested.
Okay, Mr. Baker, this is why we give people in your situation an attorney. So the attorney can help them with their whatever witnesses they think they need, whatever documents they think they need. That's what Mr. Parker is for.
Well, I still would need different representation because Mr. Parker had lied to me about certain situations.
No, I'm not. No, you said you wanted to represent yourself. You got what you asked for. You're representing yourself. You can't pick your own attorney unless you pay for that attorney.
Right, and I can't afford no other attorney, so I had to represent myself. So, and I'm not finna go back to Mr. Parker.
Mr. Parker said he would assist you. If you don't want his assistance, then figure it out on your own because I'm not schooling you. That's not my job. My job is not to tell you how to defend yourself.
Understood.
All right, I'm gonna move on to the next file now.
But Your Honor, I understand the charges of my case, but me dealing with my handicap, being in this county jail, I can't even wipe my own butt. And
well, I'm certainly not helping you with that.
I know, but this cruel, unusual punishment, Your Honor.
So file a motion and the prosecutor's office can respond to that.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask you to just stay quiet for a minute until we get back on the record with your file to set a date for the exam. And I want to deal with Mr. King's matter. Okay. Deal? Thank you. Appearances on Timothy King, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by way of Emily New on behalf of Timothy King, P85234.
Good morning, ladies. What are we going to do? Mr. King, can you hear everybody okay? Yes. Thank you. And ladies, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I have received what I believe is full discovery, and at this time we do wish to set it for an exam.
All right, let's see what our options are. How about June 14?
Judge, I have, oh, never mind, their exams with you. I thought it was something else. So I can do that afternoon.
Afternoon works for me as well.
All right, 11:30, 12, 12:30.
Doesn't matter.
Can we do 12:30?
Sure. Anything as to bond, ladies?
And Your Honor, we would ask if you would consider a personal bond since Mr. King has been in since April 19th and unable to make the 10% bond, so the $1,000 bond. Yeah, that is our request, just for a personal bond at this time.
All right, we'll get to that in just a minute. Ladies, we're going to set an exam for both files, case number 1685 and case number 0289, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and currently the bond, each of those files is a 10,000. I'm showing 10,000 personal on one file and 10,000, 10% on the other, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so just so we're clear, the 22-0289 is the one that is a 10% bond. Ms.
That's my
Moisisian, anything from the people on bond?
Judge, I guess, so I didn't have, I mean, I wasn't here when the 2022 or 2020 file was charged. I don't know if it was because the defendant didn't appear and it's just been lingering for the last couple of years. That would be a concern, I think, if he's actually going to show up for court. The other concern is that the fact that it's the same complainant, two different instances with, I would say couple years apart. And the fact that the defendant is a habitual second offense notice. I mean, we would probably request that the bond remain in place.
And Your Honor, the prior is.
I'm sorry, counsel. The 2020 file does show one FTA, one failed to appear back on March 21, 21. Other than that, Ms. Moisisian, do you have any reason to think that Mr. King wouldn't show up for court? Any other failed to appear history or any other concerns?
Let me see that. The only other concern is just, I guess, if he is released maybe on a GPS tether, our complainant is elderly. And so that is a concern to me. She's quite immobile as well right now. So it's more of a concern for her safety and what that would look like if the defendant was to make any sort of contact with her. I don't see any other record of a failing to appear. It would only be on the 2020 case.
All right. Ms. New, anything else?
So Your Honor, the prior is from 1996. I would just note that that's what the habitual second offense notice is coming from. The facts of the instant case, it's just a strange set of facts. There is a firearm involved, but that is involved secondary. So when the police pick up Mr. King, the initial complaint is that he ripped sheets off the bed and that the sheets, when they came off the bed, somehow hit the complainant in the face. It's strange. And I will say I've talked to Mr. King extensively. I have multiple ways to contact him. He missed court back in 2021. It seems that he was not aware of the date. He does take these cases seriously, and he will have absolutely, he already understands he cannot have access with the complainant. He does not want to have access with the complainant. They've actually been separated for quite some time. They are married still legally, and he was over there that day to help her and now knows just not to go back. And he'll stay with his parents. Yeah.
Mr. King, on that file, I'm going to put you on a 10,000, 10% personal bond, no contact with the complainant, no contact of any kind, sir. No social media contact. Don't send her Hallmark cards or flowers. Don't have friends check on her. So that means no third-party contact. You happen to see her at Burger King, you're eating Taco Bell. No contact at all. Clear?
Clear.
She tracks you down and begs you to come over for coffee. She doesn't change this rule, only myself or another black robe. Understood?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate bond?
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies, anything else on this file?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Heather, we got anybody else at that division?
Nope, that division's all done, Judge. For Mr. Baker, I did speak to Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Parker. The live exam will be set for Thursday, June 2nd.
All right. Did we lose Mr. Baker?
He, I think, is in Zoom in another court.
Mr. Baker, not Mr. Parker. Oh, there's.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Baker.
No, Mr. Baker's right there. Sorry.
All right. All right. Mr. Baker, did you hear that date?
Yes, June 2nd, Thursday,
Correct, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. That's for preliminary.
That's the preliminary exam. Understood?
Yes, sir. I have one more question for you.
Go ahead.
What about the do we have time to discuss the letters that I sent to you?
I don't know. Why don't you just ask me your request? I haven't read your letters today. I read your letters 3 or 4 weeks ago, whenever they came in, but ask me what you want to ask me.
Okay, what I'm asking is, the county had resolved and sending me to nursing homes, but the nursing homes they did illegal interrogation on me, what led to me having mental breakdowns.
Okay,
I'm requesting.
you're telling me a story. I need you to make your request.
I request
what are you
that
asking me for?
I request that a nursing home through the county do not be an option through the prosecutor office. If they can, if I could be under house arrest.
Okay, sir, you're in custody on a bond with the Wayne County Jail. Where the jail houses you is on the jail, not on me. I don't get to choose where the jail houses their prisoners.
Okay, I'll be in contact with the prosecutor.
Okay, anything else you want to ask me?
That's it.
Okay, Heather, we got anybody else in that division?
Nope, all set with the jail judge.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
What's next, Heather?
Next, Judge, we're going to do DeQuinda G. She's at 10:15, but her attorney is here and they are ready. GEE.
Got it, thank you. Appearances for Miss G.
May I please record Vassal Johnson, P 72130 on behalf of Ms. G. She's present on Zoom.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Gill.
Thanks, Jane. Miss G, you can hear us? All everybody speaking, you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, what are we doing?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. G about the nature and purpose of a criminal examination. She wishes to waive that and be bound over to circuit court.
All right. Ms. G, correct? You understand the purpose for an exam?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with counsel?
Yes.
And you understand all those, and understanding that you want to enter a waiver?
Yes.
You know the waiver means the file goes downtown for resolution.
Yes.
And understanding all of that, you're waiving freely and voluntarily today.
Yes.
All right, I'll enter the waiver. AOI date will be 2 weeks from today, which means May 25th already.
Yes, Your Honor.
9 a.m. Bond will be continued, and anything else?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. G, good luck downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, next, Judge, we are going to do Sincere Bryant, 8:30, Mr. Parker's case.
Ready.
Mr. Parker, go ahead and put your appearance on record for that one, please.
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of Mr. Sincere Bryant, P 53832.
Good morning, Ms. Bryant.
Good morning.
Your
Jane,
Honor.
Is this one yours as well?
Your Honor, it's It would be a DV, but there's a conflict. So Jane Gillis, on behalf of the people, we are taking the case.
Thank you. And what are we doing today, folks?
I don't have any discovery on this particular one, Ms. Gillis. Could we have another PCC on this, please?
How far out?
We could go into June. I have no problem.
June 1,
June 1? Okay, then.
10 o'clock.
That'll be fine.
Ms. Bryant, that work for you?
Yes.
All right, bond is bond is continued. Any questions?
No, that'd be it.
Any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
No.
I'll call you Mr. Bryant. We're all set.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Bryant.
Yep, you too.
Next judge
Heather, what's
is
next?
Barbara Dawkins, 9 a.m.
Appearances for Dawkins, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Ida Spahich on behalf of Ms. Dawkins, who's also here via Zoom. We have no objection to Zoom proceedings.
Thank you.
And Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Your Honor, P84950.
Thank you. And Ms. Dawkins, can you hear everyone?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. What are we doing today?
Judge, after speaking with Ms. Spahik, apologies if there's any mispronunciation, the people would be requesting we set this for a final pre-trial with complaining witness to appear.
No objection, Judge.
How about May 25 at 9:30?
That's a good day for me, Judge.
That'll be courtroom number 3. Judge Green. Bond will be continued. Anything else?
No,
Judge, very briefly, Ms. Spahik, I'll be sending you a chat about my conversation with the complaining witness and an offer.
Okay, perfect. And that was May 25th. Is that Judge 9:30 or 8:30?
9:30.
9:30. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Ms. Dawkins, any questions for your attorney?
Yes, I have a question about if we can change the court date for another date.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have. Is there a conflict, Ms. Dawkins?
My grandson graduates that day.
Oh, okay.
Good for him. I can go to June 1.
Perfect.
June 1 in the morning is good for me. I'm sorry, Ms. Dawkins. I should have checked with you.
That's okay.
How about June 1 at 9:30?
That's perfect.
All right. Have a good day, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we're ready on Bragg along, BRAGALONE, 9:15.
Thank you. Appearances for Bragg along.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Mikowski appearing on behalf of David Bragalone, who's appearing via Zoom. We waive in-person hearing consent to this proceeding happening remotely.
Good morning, Mr. Mikulski.
Good morning, Judge. I've had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Gillis. At this time, I'm asking to adjourn the PCC for discovery. I was hoping to get that June 1 date.
Ms. Gillis, no problem?
No problem.
All right, let's do June 1. How about, excuse me, how about 9:45?
That will work, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Bragalone, that worked for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bond continued. Sir, do you have any questions for your attorney before I terminate the meeting?
No, Your Honor.
Great day. Jim, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. Take care.
Heather. What's
Yes.
next?
Mr. Murray, or Mr. Duncan, are you ready to go on Mr. McCauley?
I am. I thought you were talking about James Murray there for a minute.
Sorry, I get you too confused just by the name.
All right, good morning, Mr. Duncan. Your appearance for Mr. McCauley.
Yes, Your Honor. Murray Duncan appearing on behalf of the defendant, Jason McCauley.
Selma, that's yours?
Yes, Judge.
Judge, I'm
How are we
asking
doing
for an
today,
exam. Judge, I'm asking for on exam.
When you get old, you have to write everything down.
How about June 14th, Mr. Duncan?
Judge, let me take a quick look. Judge, can we do it a little bit later in the morning? I'm tied up in the morning with a Frank Murphy live court case.
How's 11:30 work for both of you?
Should work good for me.
Ms. Morcisian?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be there.
All right, bond continued. Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All
Thank
right, have a
you.
great day.
Mr. Tuttles, are you ready on Tila Black?
I am. I need a, can I get a brief breakout with Jane? It's real brief.
Yep.
Morning, Mr. Tuttles.
Good morning, Your Honor. How you doing today?
Better than I deserve. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Jane, can you go in that room, please?
Heather, anything ready?
Nope, I'm waiting on, all we have is people, attorneys and no defendants, looks like.
Thank you.
Heather,
Yes, Mr. Parker?
the number you had given me for Nottington, I just remembered looking at my notes that I do have that number already. When I call it, it's not a good number. So
And that's
that's
on
where,
D'Angelo?
yes, it is.
Okay.
What time was he scheduled, me?
8:30.
What about Miss Bennett?
Miss Bennett is scheduled at 9:45.
Okay, then.
And then what about Miss Sims Neal?
Yes. Is she scheduled at 8:30?
Correct, and she's not here either.
Okay. I'll talk to both of them. I will follow up on that. Thank you.
So what do you want to do? Are we just gonna issue
Yes.
the warrants?
No.
Or-
No. We
Well,
wanna
Mr.
set-
D'Angelo, if you haven't had contact, then
Well, Mr. D'Angelo, yes, you could do that if you want to.
we'll wait for the
But,
judge to come out, okay?
yes, but for Bennett and Sim Neal, I'm in contact with them and we want future dates, of course.
Future PCCs or
I need a future PCC on Miss Bennett. It's a new case. There's a lot of video, and that's what I need for that. Miss Sims Neal, we can set, it's a competency, we could set a preliminary, well, she has an opportunity to do a criminal responsibility, and this could aid in the resolution where we don't have to do a prelim.
okay, so you just want to adjourn Miss Sims Neal
Could we?
just for another PCC?
That'll be fine, or a competency. She's really up for competency.
Well, it's we do competency / PCC. Judge on Sims
Gotcha.
Neal at 8:30. That's the one we're discussing. We're just gonna adjourn it for another PCC. Do we want to do a couple weeks out so that gives her time to do the criminal response?
She's scheduled for the criminal responsibility on the 20th. Can I go into mid to late June? I know you want to clear up cases. Could I have that date?
Well, let's back up a minute. I need to find the file and I did not catch the name. So what's the defendant's name?
Last name is Sims-Neal at 8:30.
Sims-Neal.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So we're gonna set it for criminal responsibility.
Yes. Can I have something maybe in the third week into June, please?
Heather, we're not even giving dates, are we?
Yeah, you got dates, June, Judge. We have either June 15 or June 22.
June 22 would be a good date for me.
We're not gonna have her report.
Oh, nothing like this,
By
putting
then.
on Judge Green. Is
Yeah,
that
but
what
we're
you
not gonna
mean?
have a report that quick anyhow.
We already have competency report back. We're just
Right.
waiting for criminal
Oh, okay.
response. She's scheduled for May 20th for
All right, so
criminal
we're setting it
response.
for All right, so we're not ordering a forensic review.
Nope.
We're setting it to talk about the report that's already been done.
Correct, correct.
Right.
All right, so what date do you want?
6/22 would be a good date, Your Honor.
What time?
In the morning will be fine.
8:45.
That'll be fine.
That's with Judge Green.
I'm just,
Or that's
in
with,
the file, I'm sorry, Heather.
sorry, it's okay, Judge.
In the file, I'm just making a note. It's reviewed June 22, 8:45.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, file is continued.
Are you ready on black, Mr.? Where did he go?
Yeah, I'm right
There
here.
you are, Mr. Tuttles.
Yeah, I'm right here. Yes.
All right, People versus Tila Black.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio D. Tuttles, on behalf of my client, Tila Black, who is physically not in your courtroom at this time. I ask the court to wait for physical presence.
No problem.
Okay, Your Honor.
Mr. Tuttles, before we get into those files, I just want to point out, it looks like she's got a misdemeanor case coming up for a pretrial on May 19th. She's aware of that?
I would make her aware of that, May 19th.
Okay.
And that's a pretrial.
That's on a pretrial on a threats charge out of 2020 Romulus, and that's in courtroom 3 with Judge Green.
Okay. You said
So, Ms. Black, can you hear us? Ms.
She's
Black,
not
you're
on.
muted.
I'm sorry. I'm at work as well. What did you guys say?
You can hear what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tuttles, what are we doing today with these files?
Okay, Your Honor, we want to put these files over so I can meet with Ms. Black and go over some information. So we just want to put it over for one last final pretrial.
How far out do you want to go?
If we can go, this is when May. If we can go early
May 25
June.
work?
May
Or you wanna
25.
go to June?
I
You
want.
tell
I
me.
prefer to. I want to go into June.
June 1st?
Yes, I could do June 1st.
All right, let's do this. How about 10 a.m.?
Okay. I squeeze 10 a.m. in.
Okay, hold on. That might not work. That might not work.
Okay. If it's got to be on a Wednesday, can we do the following Wednesday?
No, actually, I think we can. Heather, any reason we can't do these June 1?
We
Looks
have
like it's
June
all
1
right.
on there.
June 1.
Okay, June 1. Okay.
Yeah, what time did I say? 10 o'clock work?
Yes.
All right, so both files we're going to schedule for that date.
Okay. All right, Ms. Black, make sure you call my office because I need to meet with you in person.
Okay. Somebody be there around 3:30.
Well, I mean, call my office anytime, but I need to and we'll schedule something. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day, Ms. Black. Heather,
You
what's
as well.
next?
Yes, Judge. Leanna, are you ready? I'm Mr. El Khattab.
Yes, we're ready.
I have a second case in front of this judge.
Right, but your client's not here yet, Mr. Tuttles.
Okay, because I'm getting ready to walk into a prison and I have to be on, and the only thing we're going to do is set it over for another date. Can I get another date?
I'm Fertino McQueen, Judge, McQueen.
Yep. Who's the prosecutor on McQueen?
Well, I'm familiar with the judge. We're waiting on blood results.
Can we just do the same June 1 date for Mr. Tuttles, make it easy on him?
I would appreciate that.
Let's do June 1, 10 a.m.
Thank
You'll
you.
let your defendant know?
I sure will.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody have
Good
a
luck
great
on
day.
your next stop.
You too.
Okay.
Mr. Everett, did you read my chat? Do you need to speak to prosecutor? Do you have your client with you?
My client should be separate. I think he should be in the waiting room.
Okay, do you need to speak to the prosecutor or do you need to speak to your client?
No, we're asking for an adjournment, perhaps 3 weeks. And I think we'll have a resolution at that time.
What file is this?
This is Michael DePriest Moore.
All right, so you just want to adjourn the pretrial out? How about June 1?
Please, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record, Mr. Moore?
Michael Moore.
Good morning, Mr. Moore. Let's set this
Hi,
at
good-
10 a.m.
That would be good on June the 1st, Your Honor.
June 1, 10 a.m. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You as well.
Sorry about that, Leanna. We have Leanna. It's 10 a.m. Last name is ELKHATIB.
I'm going to pronounce it Al-Khatib.
Yes,
Did I
Good
say it
morning.
right?
yes, Ali Al-Khatib.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Belcher, your appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of the defendant. For arraignment purposes, we waive formal reading and stand mute. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Curry. He did offer a reduction to a civil infraction, no valid plate. My client would like to plead responsible.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes, I
Correct,
will.
Your Honor.
Yes, I
Oh,
do.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Lead responsible.
That's all right. That was a correct response from both of you gentlemen. Sir, I will assess fines and costs of the civil infraction in the amount of $180. Due within 5 days. I will dismiss the misdemeanor.
Okay,
Any questions?
that's it. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Enjoy your day, sir.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you, Your
Thanks,
Honor.
Lena. Thank you.
Ms. DeMott Grady, have you spoke to Miss Jackson? How do you want to handle that one?
I have texted her. I'm actually driving right now, so I'll be parked in about 3 minutes. So I'll see if she texts me back. I have received digital, but I did need to talk to the prosecutor because I can't get the files to play.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with Jane, okay? While you're,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jane, when you're done, if you can go in that room, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Heather, did you do anything with Tommy George scheduled at?
Yep, Tommy George, PCC 525. At 9:30 for PCC.
Is that Leanna's?
That was Sona's.
I mean, Sona's, that's what I meant.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Sorry, guys. I'll go in that breakout room and shut my mouth.
Mr. Parker, do you want to handle Northington and Sims? Or we already handled Sims Neal, Judge.
Yes.
Mr. Parker, do you want to handle Northington and Bennett?
Miss Bennett, sure. We can do that.
Oh, you know what? We have to wait on Bennett. I'm sorry, it's too early.
It's too early, but we'll be looking for another PCC date on Miss Bennett because we don't have all the videos, and I am in contact with her.
What are we doing on Northington, Mr. Parker?
Mr. Northington is a person who I haven't had opportunity to talk to. The contact information is not good. I don't know what to say. I could have my investigator try to go out and look for him, but that's where we're at.
I'm assuming you've got the same address we've got on Herman.
Yes. I don't have the discovery yet. I don't know if the discovery will help us maybe track Mr. Northington down. Maybe the people can help us with that.
Let's try one more time without any bench warrants.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go out to May 25. That gives us a couple weeks.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Should I have?
Are you here on the 25th?
The 25th, it's gonna be a bad day for me.
That's all right. We've already got you coming back on the 1st of June, don't we?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, so let's do it on June 1st. Let's call it 9:45.
Okay, then. And I'll work on it. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Parker, we have Miss Bennett in the Zoom room.
I see her.
All right, we can handle
Thank
that
you.
one. Bennett at 9:45, Judge.
Thank you.
And could the people send me the Norrington discovery? Is it Mr. Curry? Are you on that? Or is that a Jane?
No, Mr. Parker, but I'll tell Jane.
Okay, then.
That's a DV case, Mr. Parker. It's Sona. I'll inform Sona.
That'll be fine.
We know anything about, I'm sorry, guys. Heather, we know anything on Drader at 9?
Grainer at 9 is here, but or the victims are here. Sona, I need you to go into your breakout room and talk to the victim on that case, please. They're requesting to speak to you.
Okay.
No defendant?
No defendant yet.
I'm sorry, Heather, my audio wasn't working. I was trying to get to work. Did you say this was Grainer?
Yeah, Greiner.
Okay, thank you.
But Judge, I'm sorry, Grainer is in the breakout room with Mr. Riggins. Sona's gonna go speak to the victim.
Also,
So I'll call, they got breakout rooms.
Wait a minute, Miss Bennett, can you
Miss
mute
Bennett,
yourself, please? Thank you.
Gotta mute yourself.
What are we doing with Miss Bennett? I'm sorry.
We need another PCC date. This is the first, and I don't have the discovery.
Okay.
How about June 1? That seems to be your day.
That'll be fine.
9:45.
Very good.
Ms. Bennett, any questions before we terminate the meeting?
Can you hear us, Miss Bennett?
No, I don't
Yes.
have any questions. Yes, Your Honor. I don't have any questions, but did you say it was going to be for June 1st?
June 1st, 9:45. Okay,
Okay.
on Zoom. I'll talk to you about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Have a good day.
You too as well. Thank you.
Judge.
I'm sorry, Drader, defendant is in a breakout room somewhere?
Grainer is, yes, Greiner.
Okay, I'm worried about Ann Drader. from
Oh,
9
no,
a.m. That's
that
a
one,
no-show.
I'm sorry, has not appeared. The victim is here. If we want to release the victim, I'm
Let the
bringing him in
prosecutor do
now.
that. Yeah, let the prosecutor do that.
Okay, that one is Sona's.
How about Napier at 9?
Napier has not appeared yet.
Thank you.
Judge, we have Miss Emily New. She's the attorney for our 1230 Chi Varisto, V as in Victor, Aristo, and she would like to discuss something with you on that.
Let me see if I can find the file. All right, counsel, your appearance for Che Foresto.
Attorney Emily New, P85234 on behalf of Shea Varisto. This matter is set for 12:30. I just wanted to address it earlier because I will be
I'm sorry.
asking. I'm sorry.
Try again, counsel.
Because we wanted to ask for an adjournment in this case because we're waiting to hear back if Mr. Varisto qualifies for sobriety court in the misdemeanor offer with sobriety court. It's my understanding that the case has to remain in district court to accept that deal. So we'd like to remain in district court, maybe a reset of 2 weeks.
I can probably make it easy for you. I'm not going to accept a plea to a reduced charge if the prosecutor's office has a whole bunch of sentencing recommendations. If they want me to just take a plea to second and send it to my probation department to see what they recommend, that's fine. But I'm not going to take one that handcuffs my probation department.
So I don't know what the plea would look like. I've actually never gotten this type of offer. Maybe the prosecutor has insight. I believe it's Ms. Gillis, though. It was Brent Bailey who appeared at the PCC.
Well, given the fact Jane Gillis just walked out of her office, I can't do much with this file right now. So just hang tight and we'll move on to something else. We'll talk about it when I can get Jane back on camera.
Okay, thank you.
Heather?
Yes, Mr. Riggins, are you ready on Greener?
I am.
Good morning, counsel. Your appearance for Ms. Grainer, please, or Mr. Grainer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125, on behalf of Mr. Christopher Grenier.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Movsesian on behalf of the people.
Where is Mr. Grenier?
Right here, sir. I'm not sure if they can see me. I can see
No,
everybody
I can't
else.
see you because I don't have a camera. I can hear you. You can hear everything all right?
I can see her. I can see you.
Okay. And Mr. Riggins, what are we doing today?
Judge, if I may,
Go.
did you say go or no?
No, go. Yeah.
Oh.
Tell me whatever you may.
I'm sorry.
You may was the correct response.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I can't hear. I don't know what's going on with my audio, but I've spoken to the complainant in this case, Samantha, several times now, both over the phone and then also just right now in a breakout room. She has indicated to me that she no longer wishes to cooperate in this case, and that she would that she wants the case to be dismissed so that they can continue to co-parent.
Obviously, Your Honor, we would have no objections to that.
All right. And I'm assuming, Mr. Riggins, you've already explained to your client what dismissed without prejudice would mean.
No, I will be talking with him further.
Dismissed without prejudice. Anything else, folks?
Nothing
No,
further.
that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, it looks like Ann Drader has appeared. She's in the MIDC waiting room. So she appeared on one of the phones that were not noticed. So she is here. Alex, do you need, or Sona, did you want to speak to, did you speak to Doug Drader already?
I have not. No, that's what I was going to ask. Can I get, I was told he wanted to speak to me if I can go in a breakout room with him.
Yep, if you'll go back into your room
Okay,
and I
thank
will
you.
put him in there. Thank you.
Did we lose Attorney New?
Nope, she's still on, Judge.
Ms. Gillis, can you shed any light on the Baristo matter?
Alex, it's Alex who's doing all of the exams except Bolter. Oh, he just handed me the file. Okay.
I think we're wondering about, does it have to stay in district court to qualify for the misdemeanor offer in sobriety court?
Is this the one you texted
Yeah.
Gary about? Okay, so what the deal is sometimes he does if you do sobriety court, if it's a true third and they have nothing else on the file, but Judge Oakley doesn't accept our terms and conditions, so we don't offer them here.
Oh, so we might as well have it bound over.
Right.
And we could still get it then. Just.
I don't know what they do downtown. I haven't been in circuit court since 2015. Don't plan on it. It's just that some district court judges agree with our program and others don't want to confine themselves. It happens downtown with our sentence agreements too. Some like them, some don't. It's just a judge thing.
Okay.
Anything else we can do on it now?
Could we, would it be too much just to adjourn it 1 week? And then like the intention was always to waive. This isn't an exam that we intended to hold.
Let's waive it. I'm not gonna adjourn it to just put it on another docket to waive it next week. Let's waive it today.
Okay. Then can we appear by Zoom to waive it?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Baristo is at work, but
Just
as
see
soon as
if you can get your client on the phone now. We'll do it now.
that's what I was going to try to do. I'm going to call him right now.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And we don't even have to, if he has trouble getting on Zoom, we'll do it on a speakerphone. We can make it happen.
He's fine with
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll tell him.
Mr. Parker, are you ready for us? Are you done with us? I mean,
Confused. They're gonna get
I'm House Counsel, so I'm just waiting for just a
Okay.
second, but I got.
okay, that's fine. Leanna, are you ready on anybody?
Yes, I'm ready on Reginald Johnson at 9:45, Judge.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Johnson as well as Mr. Curry. What's going to happen on this case is they're going to be dismissing the no insurance and it'll be pleading responsible to the registration plate civil infraction.
Alex Curry on behalf of the people. That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you're taking that deal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I get to that, Mr. Johnson, I've got I've got indication here that we've got two other files, same two charges, out of Van Buren Township. Those look like we haven't heard anything.
Yes.
Those were issued March 31st. They're probably in default by now. You might want to go online and make some contact with the court, get something going on those. For today's
Okay, I thought
files,
those
I'll
were
dismiss
just. I
the
thought those were just.
misdemeanor charge. Say again?
I thought those were this that I'm dealing with right now.
No, these are Belleville files.
Okay.
The two up today were issued by Belleville PD on April 12th.
Okay.
So I'm going to dismiss the misdemeanor. I'll accept your plea of responsible to the civil infraction. Fines and costs on that one, $150. That money is due within 5 days. Understood?
Okay.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Ms. Belcher?
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
All right. Have a great day, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you too.
Judge,
Heather, do you know anything about?
Uh-huh.
Do you know anything about the sheriff that we've got?
I think he's waiting on a case that was for Ships. Last name is Ships, but they failed to appear. They were at 9:30. He's on that case.
That's Samuel Ships.
Correct. Is that
Corporal,
correct,
can you hear
Mr.
me?
Corporal Cadez?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Samuel Ships.
All right, Corporal, I just put those files in the no-show stack. If that defendant shows up later today, then we'll probably reschedule, but if not, it's gonna end up as a bench warrant.
Okay, I'm all set then, Your Honor.
You're all set. Stay safe.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You as
It's for
well.
Kobe Miller.
Judge, Mr. Kobe Miller is at 9:45. He waived MIDC.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Miller, sir.
Good morning.
And Mr. Curry, are you prosecuting these files?
These are sheriff matters or state matters, Judge?
Yes.
Yeah, misdemeanor, DWLS,
Okay.
and a couple civil infractions.
Yes, that would be me, Judge. Should I go into a breakout room with Mr. Miller?
Sure. If there's an offer he can consider, that'd be great.
That is what we'll figure out, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. DeMont Grady, what are you here for?
I'm on Deidre Jackson.
She has not appeared.
So I just spoke with her and
Okay.
basically I did get videos, but they're not playable. So I think we're asking for one adjournment of the PCC till next week, so I can pick up a burned disc of the videos because the one through the links are not playing.
All right. Did you hear that, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
But Jane Gillis, on behalf of the people, he's gonna have to download a player for you and then we'll resend it to you.
Okay,
Also, but if she wants to, she can plead to attempt right now and terms and conditions set by the court, and the judge could probably maybe give you some sort of COBS. We don't really care what the terms and conditions are.
I think at this point, I'd like to see the discovery before I advise her on a plea.
Okay.
Counsel, look at your calendar. How about the 25th or did you want to go next week?
Either works for me. APA Gillis, do you have a sense of the timeline on your end?
No, I'm gonna have him do it right now.
Okay, then 1
Let's
week
go
should
the
be fine.
18th then. Let's do 9:45.
That works for me.
May 18, 9:45, bond is continued, and you'll let your client
Thank you.
know.
I will text her right now. Thank you.
All right, have a great day.
Miss
You as well.
Salters,
Yes.
your attorney appeared earlier. Your case is next week at 9:45.
Huh?
It's May 18th at 9:45. Your attorney appeared earlier today.
Oh, you already switched the times?
Yes, your attorney appeared earlier. You might want to call her.
I'm gonna say May 18th,
Yep, at 9:45.
9:45.
Correct.
Thank you. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
What
Judge,
time
we
was that?
have
Oh, I got it.
Ann
Never mind, go ahead.
Drader.
Yep.
Did you speak to MIDC, Miss Drader?
She did.
Yes.
She
Oh,
spoke
there
with-
you are, Leanna. Okay.
Yep.
Are you ready on that one, Ms. Belcher?
Yes, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Ms. Drader. Ms. Drader, will you unmute and state your name, please? You have to hit the microphone, ma'am, in the lower left-hand corner. There we go.
Ann Drader.
Thank you. Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to meet with Ms. Drader as well as the APA on this file. My understanding is that the court was trying to reschedule this for a domestic date, but did not have contact information to reschedule Ms. Drader. So what the people are requesting is that this be placed on a DV court date. And I did explain to Ms. Drader that she would get whatever counsel is assigned that date.
Judge, we have either May 24th, Judge Green, or June 14th with you. 9:45 is good.
Ms. Drader, you like that May date?
Yes.
All right, was that May 24th?
May 24th at 9:45. Judge
Okay.
Green.
I will continue bond. Ma'am, any questions?
Yes, can I have you as the judge?
Sure. What was
It's
my date?
June 14th at 8:30.
All right, got that, ma'am?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, enjoy your day. I
You
sure hope
too.
you're in a good mood that day.
Me too. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Heather, what do you got?
Nothing. Let's see. Attorney Besant, I'm sorry. Are you ready on Miss White?
I'm not, because I needed to speak with the prosecutor because it should be a plea today, but I need to speak to the prosecutor first.
All right. Let me see if Mr. Curry is available. Mr. Curry is in with somebody right now, so it'll be just a few minutes, Mr. Besant, okay?
All right, thank you.
Mr. Curry, Mr. Basant would like to speak to you regarding Angelique White.
Okay,
If you can pull him in your breakout room.
I will. And whenever the judge is ready, we are ready on Mr. Kobe Miller.
All right, thank you. It'll be just a
Should we
few
do that
minutes.
right?
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, Heather, do you want me to go into the room with Mr. Basant and then?
Yep.
and
If
then-
you can do that, please first.
Yes, Heather, absolutely.
Heather?
Thank you. Yes, Jane.
Heather, what was the case with, I think it was Emily New that it was an OWI and we don't do those deals here. Did she?
She's still on right now. It's on Chivaristo. It's at 12:30 today. She's trying to get a hold of her client so that they can just plea.
Waive, not
Waive. Sorry, waive.
Yeah, it's just some judges will do it our deal and some won't, and I can't
Right.
change the deal. I personally, I'm not fond of the deal.
Mr. Basant, did you need to speak to your client? Are you ready?
Can I do a quick breakout room with her?
You sure can.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But other than that, we'll be ready.
All righty.
Heather, I'm going to take a 2-second break.
All right, that's fine. Are you ready, Mr. Basant?
Yep, we're all set. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Curry, did you make an offer to Mr. Miller, please?
Oh, to Mr. Miller. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Miller has gotten his ducks in a row. So the people's offer at this time would be to Judge, I wrote it down. There we go. There it is. Would be to dismiss the registration and plate civil infraction, dismiss the no proof of insurance, as Mr. Miller's gotten that taken care of, and reduce the driving with license suspended to allowing an unlicensed person to drive, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Miller, allowing an unlicensed person to drive is a misdemeanor. It does carry a possible penalty of up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs, but there would not be any license sanctions. You understand the offer?
Yes.
And how do you want to deal with the offer? You going to take the offer?
Like, what do you mean?
I mean, are you accepting the offer from the prosecutor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you in fact drive a vehicle on April 14, 2022 at a location in Romulus while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
I didn't know my license was suspended because I paid on my tickets because he said I was alias. He said the warrant came back as alias.
Okay. Did you find out when you got stopped that you were suspended?
Yeah, he said I had a warrant because I was alias.
Okay. All right. I can accept your plea to that added charge. I'll dismiss all three of the original charges. The address I've got for you is Valley Creek, and is that a good address?
Yes.
And how about a phone number I can put on the file?
313-518-2551.
Are you working, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Where do you work and how long have you been employed there?
At the airport for about 6 months now.
Who do you work for?
Swissport,
What do they do?
fuel planes.
Ah, gotcha. All right. Anything you want to tell me before I set the terms of your sentence?
No.
Okay. Fines and costs on the allow unlicensed driver to operate is $500. That's due within 5 days. If that's a problem, you need to go to our website under the Contact Us tab, and you can make arrangements for a longer due date or even monthly payment plan. Understood?
Yeah, but excuse me. I didn't know. I thought I had a so what does this alias mean?
What does
For being
what mean?
alias? Like he said I had a warrant for being alias. What does that mean?
An alias means you got a name you're using a name other than your own, but I've never heard of having a warrant for an alias.
Yeah, that's what the police told me. He said I was alias.
Well, brother, you're
But
asking me
I
to
paid.
get in the head of the officer that stopped you, and I can't do that.
All right.
Any questions about your sentence?
No.
All right. Have a great day.
All right.
Mr. Basant, are you ready?
We're ready, Judge.
Your appearance for Ms. White, please.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kevin Basant, P71061, on behalf of Ms. Angelique White, who's also present by Zoom video.
And what's your pleasure today, Mr. Basant?
Judge, we have reached the plea offer with the people, an amended charge of OWI first, and this will be a no contest plea for lack of memory, actually, on behalf of Ms. White, and we're prepared to plead guilty today, Judge.
All right. So is it a guilty or no contest?
No contest plea today.
Thank you. All right, Ms. White, you understand the purpose, or excuse me, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and your options with Mr. Basant?
Yes.
Understanding all that, you're pleading no contest freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that when you say no contest, in essence, you're telling me you're not fighting the charge against you?
Yes.
If I can find a factual basis to accept the plea, then from that point forward, it's the same as if you pled guilty. We'll schedule a sentencing date. You understand all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're still pleading no contest to the added charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Basant, I do not have, well, I don't think I do. I usually don't. Yeah, I don't have an incident report in the file, so where can I get my factual basis? Actually, you know what?
I can lay that, Judge, and Mr. Basant if need be.
Go. Hold on.
Okay.
It looks like I do have an incident report on you.
Okay, never mind, Judge.
Okay.
So let's see if I can get it from this. The only thing I do not have is the lab report. I'm assuming you've got that, Mr. Curry?
I believe so, Judge. But
Miss White, Lakeview Boulevard, a good address for you?
Yes.
516-9041, a good phone number.
Yes.
How about an email address?
Well, I gave my email address to the clerk. You want me to just give it to you again?
You gave it to Heather earlier today?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
He's already spoke to Michelle, Judge. Michelle's taken all her information.
Beautiful. Love it. Any luck, Mr. Curry?
Looking now, Judge.
And Judge, I'm trying to pull it up on my end as well, because I know I think I had it as well.
Well, I'm assuming, Mr. Basant, you've read it. Could you stipulate that it was above 0.08?
Yeah, absolutely, Judge. We so stipulate, Your Honor.
I think that gives us the factual basis we need.
Okay.
All right. So I lost her on my screen. Okay, there's Miss White. Miss White, I've accepted your plea to the added charge. I've dismissed the original charge. I'm going to refer your file now to my probation department. They're going to reach out to you probably with that email address. They're going to schedule with you to be pre-sentence screened. They'll do that on Zoom. They'll put together a report and recommendation. You'll get a chance to go over that report with Mr. Basant. I'll look at that report, and then you, Mr. Basant, and myself will meet in person for a live sentencing. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
All right, Mr. Basant, anything else today?
Nothing from defense counsel, Judge. Will we get the sentencing date in the mail, Your Honor?
Yes, probation will contact you.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure. Have a great day. Ms.
You
White,
too. Take
enjoy
care.
your afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Ms. Belcher, you ready on one?
Yes, Judge. I'm ready on Keith Smith at 10:15. He has 3 files.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Beautiful. What are we doing today?
Your Honor, for arraignment purposes, we waive formal reading and stand mute. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Curry. The B file, I believe, is the no insurance. That one's going to be outright dismissed. And then I was going to tell the court what we would like to accomplish. I don't know if you know an easier way. We're going to change the speeding 1 to 5 to impeding. And then we were also going to reduce the registration plate misdemeanor to the civil infraction.
Okay.
I know that's more paperwork for the court. I don't think there's a double parking for the state court code where we could just do a higher fine. So I didn't know if there was a easier way to accomplish that.
Why don't we do this? Because I think Mr. Curry's, yeah, he's listening. So if Mr. Smith pleads to the civil infraction registration or plate violation, and I just hit him a little harder with fines and costs, we'll just dismiss the speeding ticket and the no proof of insurance outright. I think that gets the same place Mr. Curry wanted to get.
That's correct, Judge.
Which is a steeper financial penalty, but not a steeper driving record penalty.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge, that's
Mr.
fine.
Smith, understood?
Yes.
All right. So are you pleading responsible to a registration plate violation on April 3, 2022?
Yes.
And where did you get stopped geographically? Where were you at?
Middleville and I believe Goddard.
All right, that's in my jurisdiction, so I can accept your plea if the attorneys are satisfied, and I assume they are.
Yes, Judge.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I'm going to assess fines and costs, excuse me, totaling $280. That money is due within 5 days, Mr. Smith. If that's a problem for you, you just need to visit our website, 34th District Court, under the Contact Us tab, and you can make other arrangements.
Okay.
Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You're welcome. Heather.
Looks like we're ahead of ourselves right now, Judge. Looks like we're
I'm
keeping
starting to
track.
get a little bit nervous.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because Miss Joseph hasn't appeared with her client.
And we're actually doing a pretty good job on the fail to appear rate.
Yeah.
Did we take the waiver on the Che Baristo matter, Heather?
No,
we're waiting.
Waiting
Okay.
for them to log in.
Understood. Thanks, Heather.
Heather, we still have 5 or 6 PCCs, correct?
Correct. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean? Yeah. Who do you think we have left, Jane? And I'll tell you.
Wells Caldwell.
Wait a minute. Where's that one at? I don't have a Wells Caldwell.
We don't. Oh, wait, you know what?
They gave you extra files?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
It's preliminary exam at 7:20. Why did they give you this? I think Bryn gave it back to me. Okay, Sims Neal.
Sims and Neil, we adjourned to June 22nd at 8:45 for Mr. Parker.
Just an adjournment, another PCC?
Yes, because she's getting criminal response and it's scheduled within like a week or two.
Okay. And how about Bennett? Aria Bennett?
Yep, Bennett is PCC June 1st, 9:45.
How did I miss this?
I don't know.
Okay, who's the defense counsel on that?
James Parker.
Did he want discovery?
I don't know.
I'm gonna put discovery down. Let's look so we don't have to adjourn again. And let's see, who else? Taylor, Deion Taylor.
Don't have that one today. I don't think, wait, let me double check what time.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, yes,
Right?
Deion
No.
Taylor. I'm sorry, that's at 10:15. We're waiting for Miss Joseph and her client.
Okay, and what about Trayvon Whitfield?
That is a live exam at 1:30 today.
Oh, Alex just didn't grab it. And then we have Devin Beach, who's in the afternoon because he has an exam too, right?
Correct. He also has an exam.
And what about Fancy Les?
That one I think is not today. Yeah, that one's not today.
Oh, it's 5:18 is the next one. You know what?
So that's next week.
Bryn gives all these back to me like I'm in charge of them or something. And I had news for her. I'm going to be out of here, I think, by the end of June.
Hi,
My
Miss.
turn now.
Hi,
You
Miss
guys can have a
New. You
breakout
ready?
room if you need one.
Oh, Mr.
Miss New,
Varisto's
are you there?
trying to connect.
Miss New, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if Mr. Varisto's audio is working, though. Mr. Varisto, can you hear us?
No, he can't. He's not connected.
I'm gonna try to get him on the phone.
Okay.
I'll be standing in the for the waiver on this one, Judge. I'm doing most of the exams.
Thank you.
Looks like Mr. Chi left.
I just kicked him out, hoping he'd answer his phone.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Bristow.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the 34th District Court call, and I've got you on my speakerphone in the courtroom. Counsel, can you hear me?
I can, and I can hear Mr. Varisto.
Awesome. Put your appearance on the record. Yeah, because you weren't connected. Your audio wasn't coming in, so I got to be able to hear you and have you hear me. Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Varisto.
And Neighborhood Defender Service by Emily New on behalf of Shay Varisto, P85234.
All right.
Alex
Mr.
Curry on behalf of the
Varisto,
people, Your Honor, P84950.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Varisto, I understand that you've talked to Ms. New and you are going to waive your preliminary exam. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand the purpose for an exam?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights and options after discussing those with Ms. New? You understand that if you enter a waiver today, I'm going to give you a court date. Your next court case, your next court date will be at the circuit court level where we're going to send the file for ultimate resolution. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, are you in fact waiving your exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, sir.
You're not waiving just because Ms. New told you she had something better to do at 1:30?
No, sir.
All right. Are you two attorneys satisfied with the waiver?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Yes, satisfied.
All right. So am I. Mr. Veristo, I'm going to set your preliminary or your arraignment on information date will be for the 25th, 2 weeks from today at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And I wish you luck downtown.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Have a great day, Mr. Bristow.
You guys also have a great day.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. New.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You as well.
Judge, when you bring that file in here, will you bring the basket with,
Sure.
thank you. Hi, Sergeant Karkaba.
Yes, ma'am. Karkaba. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Are you hearing the Keith Smith matter?
Yes, ma'am.
We already pled that out. I don't know if you want to speak to the prosecutor about that, but that matter is already, he appeared, we took care of it, and he's gone.
Awesome. Makes my job much easier.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too. Be safe.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. morning. On the Moto G, what is your name, please? Hello?
Taylor.
Yep, what's your name, please?
Deion Taylor.
Oh, okay. Have you spoke to your attorney, Miss Joseph?
No, I spoke to her yesterday, not today.
Okay, but she was aware of today's date and time?
Yes, she the one that reminded me.
All right, well, I'm gonna call her because she hasn't appeared yet either. Okay,
Okay.
so let me
Okay.
call her real quick. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with one of the clerks and she's gonna get your information so that to make sure that we have everything updated, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Leanna, are we almost ready on your case? Jane or Alex, do you know if we're almost ready on the Kyle Smith case?
I think we
Yeah,
are.
I think Leanna is doing, I think she's in an arraignment right now.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All righty. I'm gonna go turn my computer on out there.
All right.
I know, I take the Mobic weight probably.
Leanna Branch, what are you here for, please?
I have a landlord tenant contract summons.
All right, you're in the wrong Zoom room. I don't know which one you'll need. You'll need to contact the civil department.
The civil?
Well, you know what? Let me try and help you. Let me look you up real quick in the civil. Do you have a case number?
22-1673 LT.
Okay, let's see where you're supposed to be.
Get out.
You are supposed to be, hold on real quick.
No, it's going to be 491. Can I type it in?
All right, Miss Branch.
Yes.
The Zoom number that you need, you're supposed to be in the My Resolve. Are you ready for the number?
No, give me 1 second. I need a pen.
Okay, I'm ready.
234
234
926
926.
4272.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Taylor. Dion Taylor. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you spoke to your attorney? I did try calling her. I left her a message. She still has not shown.
No, I haven't spoken to her today yet. Still.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to sit and wait a little while longer, or do you want me to just give you a new adjournment date and I will send her new notice?
You can give me a new day.
Okay.
If she's not answering or nothing.
All right. We'll do 2 weeks out, May 25th.
Okay.
10 o'clock, good?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. So we did take down your new information, correct?
Yes.
All right. That's going to be in Judge Green's Zoom room. So whenever you get the notice, make sure that you do look. It will be a different Zoom information. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
Bye-bye. Hi, Mr. Levitt. Hello, Mr.
Oh,
Levitt.
how you doing?
I'm fine. Did you want to speak to the prosecutor?
Sure.
All right. Jane or Alex? Who's doing the formal hearings?
Oh, let's see. It says Jane on my notice.
Yeah, it always does, but sometimes she brings somebody along to help her out.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to see. They're both out of their rooms right now.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not going anywhere, so.
You know that, Mike, right? That the officer's not here yet?
Yeah, hi, Jane. No, I didn't know. I'll just wait, so.
It's, you can sit if you want. You don't have to just stand. I mean, they're gonna go in, it's gonna be pretty soon, within the next 15 minutes. If the officer shows on, just bring you into a breakout room. We'll discuss the case,
Okay, great.
but we'll wait like 20 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Bazzi. What case are you here on? Your sign, I can't hear you. There, now talk.
Derek Ellis Maley.
Oh, so are you here for Mr. Macklin?
Yes, I'm standing in for Mr. Macklin.
Okay. The officer is not here yet, so I can't put you in a breakout room yet with the prosecutor. Is your client going to be zooming on?
I don't believe so. Was he supposed to be?
For formal hearings, they're supposed to be. If the prosecutor doesn't set anything up with you the first time, then the client has to appear. But when the officer gets here, you can go into the breakout room with the prosecutor and see if there's anything you can work out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you guys have exams today?
Yeah, like,
Jane, mute.
I muted her, Alex. Alex, let me know whenever we're ready to go in on the Kyle Smith. I know all the parties are here, but
Yes, Heather. Leanna just wrapped up. She's sending me, we're just working something out really quick to refresh the window. It should be 5 minutes.
all right, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Heather.
Miss Joseph?
Oh, hi there.
Hi, did you need to speak to a prosecutor? We already released your client. We couldn't wait any longer. He had been on for quite a while. We adjourned it to May 25th at 10 a.m.
Okay.
That's going to be with Judge Green. But if you needed to speak to the prosecutors now to get that all taken care of.
Okay. Yep. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm very sorry.
I heard a brief about that. What did it get adjourned to?
May 25th at 10 a.m.
For PCC?
For another PCC.
And Ms. Joseph, is there anything you wanted from us? I think we've sent everything.
Yeah, I have everything. And Ms. Gillis, I sent you an email about what I'm looking for. I can send it again or talk to you in a breakout room.
Yep, I'll put you in a breakout room. Jane, if you want to go into that room.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I also want to listen to this hearing, so I'm going to do this quick.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, no wonder.
Heather?
I'm sorry, were you talking, Mr. Bazzi?
Yes, I just want to let you know, this is actually our first hearing. It looks like
Okay.
it was adjourned the first time around.
All right, well, just so that you know, we're going in on a live exam, so Jane's gonna have to pull you in whenever she's ready for you, okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. 34th District Court now in session. Judge Oakley preside. Have a seat. People versus Kyle Smith.
Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, did it not come through? It said it's not. Your Honor, we apologize. Mr. Curry does not have the file with him, so we're trying to sort out again. So we don't have another adjournment of getting the medicals pulled up for the lady from Beaumont to
Right.
view.
I'm just trying to wait for the email to come in, Judge. I apologize.
Would our file have anything in it that would help you out?
Oh, there it is. I don't think so, Heather, but thank you.
You don't know anything about 10 o'clock Palmer or 10:15 Burke? Yep.
Your Honor, while he's pulling that up, can I run to the restroom?
Sure. What about Hamlet?
Hamlet, no.
Yeah. Deanna Taylor.
Deanna Taylor appeared May 25th, 10 a.m.
May 25th, 10 a.m.
Yeah, his attorney right now.
Yeah, I scratched that one. Yep. No, I got Michael Levitt and Hussein Bazi, attorneys.
Yeah, they're waiting for a change. They're waiting for us.
Yeah, we got a formal hearing now.
They're both on the hearings. The medical records are in there.
I know, that's fine. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
We're ready, Judge.
Okay, let's go.
Your Honor, my understanding understanding is we're here to determine the admissibility of certain documents. I have Ms. Beck, I'll call Ms. Beck to the stand now.
Ms. Beck, all the way up front, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Gak, Your Honor.
Gak, why don't you step on the ramp right here, man? Thanks for coming in. Would you raise your right hand for me? Swear affirm, tell the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in right here. State your name and then spell your last name, please.
Kimberly Gak, G-C-K.
Easy enough, thank you.
Ms. Gak, where are you employed?
At Beaumont Health.
And what capacity are you employed with Beaumont Health?
I'm the Laboratory Operations Director for the Dearborn Laboratory.
And could you please briefly describe your duties as laboratory director?
I oversee all the daily operations of 9 different departments within the core lab operations, including hematology, chemistry, anatomic surgical pathology, microbiology, specimen processing, and transfusion services.
And do those duties include the receiving of various blood samples from OWI arrests and stops?
Any blood sample that comes into our laboratory has my oversight as the operations director.
So Ms. Gak, it's fair to say that you'd be familiar with the documents associated with those sorts of stops.
Correct.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Gak, I'm placing my laptop in front of you with a PDF page pulled up for the record. Ms. Gak, could you please describe what the top of the page shows?
This is an EPIC medical record chart. It's Beaumont Health Medical Records, specifically for the Oakwood Hospital Medical Center, otherwise known as the Dearborn campus for Beaumont Health. This is the address for Dearborn Hospital with the medical record of individual by name of Kyle Alexander Smith.
And Ms. Gak, as I asked you earlier about records for OWI arrests, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of the page now. Ms. Gak, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of the page. What is the bolded portion at the bottom of the page?
This is listing medications. So this lists specifically medications that the individual is on.
With the language under medications, what language is that right there?
Okay, this just says this report is for documentation purposes only. The patient should not follow medication instructions within or accurate instructions regarding medications. The patient should instead consult their physician or after visit summary.
So, for clarity of the record, Ms. Gak, the under the medication board says this report is for documentation's purposes only. What does that mean with relation to this document's use for criminal prosecution?
I can't speak because this is medication. I'm not a pharmacist.
Understood. But
laboratory results are what I can comment.
Understood. Under those laboratory reports, are there similar disclaimers there?
Correct. Different wording, but there are similar informational comments.
And based on your experience and duties with Beaumont Health, what are the purposes of those disclaimers, Ms. Gak?
Is to clarify results. They are automatic. They're not free texted in. They are approved by medical leadership to clarify anything that might otherwise be misconstrued or misunderstood. So it is to clarification purposes.
For chain of custody purposes?
And in the laboratory, for the ones that we use, it is specifically in regards to chain of custody.
Understood. One moment, Your Honor. And Ms. Gak, how long have you been employed with Beaumont Health?
Nearly 20 years.
And based on your training experience in this role, laboratory reports such as these with these disclaimers, are these the disclaimer language regarding the chain of custody that doesn't preclude it from being used in criminal prosecutions? Is that
Correct. Correct. Objection, Your Honor. How would she know what can and can't be used?
So is that a
Lack of foundation.
lack of foundation? Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for Ms. Gak to lay a foundation for its admissibility. At that point, I think that would be done for.
Well, you're asking her for a legal opinion.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm asking for training experience if these have been used.
Then there's a lack of foundation because you've never, for all I know, this is the first time she's ever been in the courtroom.
Understood, Judge.
Ask a new question.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Belcher.
Thank you. Is it morning, afternoon? Good morning, ma'am. As it relates to Kyle Smith, do you have any personal knowledge over his blood that was drawn?
I did not personally oversee his sample. No.
Do you know, so somebody else drew the blood?
Correct.
And
there would be other individuals involved.
it was stored somewhere in the hospital
Correct. It goes through the laboratory department.
with other blood samples that were around?
This is all of our blood samples.
Okay, and you did not touch his blood sample at all?
I personally did not touch.
So you cannot speak to his chain of custody, correct?
There is no chain of custody.
So
that is what our medical record is specifically stating.
This language, and I'll repeat it, results are for treatment purposes only and do not represent chain of custody testing for purposes of criminal prosecution. That language is essentially just to prevent the hospital from being liable for
No,
chain
it
of
is,
custody.
it is just to state that for blood and urine samples, we do not follow chain of custody processes. GSWs are the only things that have chain of custody. So we are specifically stating for that particular test, for that particular type of sample, we do not follow a chain of custody process. Does not just dismiss the validity of the result. Our quality control, our calibrations, instrumentation, everything is under very tight control and very tight standards. So the information is accurate. There's nothing wrong. I even verified all of our quality control for the date of service under question. Everything was accurate. I just cannot tell you that we had a chain of custody document that gives the veracity of each hand.
I understand. Your Honor, I have no further questions. I don't think that we'll be able to get the information we need from this witness because she can speak to why this language may be in this medical records, but I think the court wanted clarity about Kyle Smith's chain of custody, and we don't have anyone that can speak to the chain of custody for Kyle Smith because there is no chain of custody, which puts us back in the same position and the same argument that the defense raised.
And Your Honor, my understanding.
First thing first. Any further questions? For this
No further
lady?
questions.
Can we send her back to the hospital?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Watch your step on the ramp. Drive safely. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, my understanding from APA Gillis, this is the purposes of this particular hearing was to the disclaimer language as indicating this just cannot guarantee with 100% accuracy the chain of custody issue.
Which means it's useless in a court of law.
Understood, Judge.
Correct, Your Honor, and that again goes to the second part of the language. All positive screening results should be considered presumptive positives unless confirmed by an alternative chemical testing. In this particular
The lab report can't be used in a conviction.
correct.
There is no chain of
And
custody.
they didn't get it further tested by the Michigan State lab. We're asking that these be excluded.
Any argument?
No.
I agree. Without chain of custody, it's useless to us.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at this point,
I assume you two need to talk.
well, at this point, I don't believe, depending on what Mr. Curry is going to be doing, that they can proceed with the operating while physically impaired. So I think the case is dismissed.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, Judge. My understanding is this was necessary for the people's case in chief. So I don't believe that people will be able to proceed.
All right,
Your Honor,
granted.
Thank you.
Jane, if you want to argue the case, you don't send him, Alex.
oh, I was just gonna tell, I think Leanna knows, we're refiling as a reckless.
And I did let Mr. Smith know that when it comes up, Mr. Smith can deal with the reckless when it comes, whenever it comes.
There was a lot of that. That sounds a little bit redundant. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go get some more work for us, Alex.
Yes, Judge.
So,
We have most people on the Cassis case, correct?
Yes, I'm gonna check, see if the witnesses are here.
hey, Jane, what's going on with our formal hearings, if anything? Elsa,
Have any officers, is there an Officer Anderson and Officer Arnett on the screen?
We got nobody in the waiting room right
Okay, well then I think those attorneys have some motions to make.
now. All right, let's call, I'm gonna pronounce it Al-Somali.
Yes, Judge Hussein Bazzi, P8. Yes, Judge Hussein
Go ahead,
Bazzi,
counsel.
Hussein Bazzi, P85891, on behalf of defendant.
Motion,
Judge, at this time, I move to dismiss the charges.
granted.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day, counsel.
Thanks. Have a great day, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Levitt. How are you?
Good morning, Judge. I'm great. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve, Michael. Your appearance for Petroleum Transport, Inc.
Michael Levitt, P45336. I represent Petroleum Transport. I understand that the Waymaster has not appeared in court. As a result, I would make a motion to dismiss.
And still nobody in our waiting room, so motion granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Heather, I'm gonna sign out. I think I'm done.
Melting down into the water. Yeah. The first time I saw that, I'm like, wow, is that cool? Is he giving you problems or?
Jamie is.
Well, yeah. That's kind of a given.
Other than that, there's no problem.
Oh, look, Jamie's awake. He must be giving people problems.
Joe's been shaking all morning.
You can see if Avery's got any Valium left over from Friday. This is a nasty one. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Seems like it's been a little while since I've seen you.
I think it has, especially in person.
In person, that's right. Yeah, I might have caught you on Zoom. A couple of times. Oh, this table? Yeah.
Alex is doing this. Alex is prosecuting.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Good. Thank you. What do you need? Big ones or little ones? All right, appearances for the People versus Joe. Is it Casas?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sonam Obsessian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P31383, on behalf of Mr. Joe Casas.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Okay, and move to sequester, Your Honor.
Okay. Nobody in the room, so I think we're good so far.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on the door. Are we ready?
We are, Your Honor. The people call the complainant Nina Tamiro. First, let me go grab her.
Sure. Ma'am, all the way up front here. What's your name, ma'am? Not a possible witness? Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat right here. State your name and spell your last name. And how do you say your last name? Tenorio?
Can you please state your name for the record? Nana Tenorio.
Pull that mic so it's a little closer. You're pretty soft spoken.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna ask you to speak up. Anything, don't nod your head. If you need to respond, say yes or no, okay?
Yes.
Just because it's going to be picked up,
Okay.
okay?
Yes.
Do you know Mr. Joe Casas?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He was my boyfriend for almost 3 years.
You said 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any children in common?
No, just expecting one.
Okay. Do you have any children yourself?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And what are their names?
Angel and Arabe.
Angel and
Arabe.
Arabe. Were you ever married to Mr. Casas?
Not legally.
Does he have any rights to your 2 children that you have separately?
No.
Okay. In February of 2022, where were you living?
And Wayne County, 6796 Haggerty Road.
Okay. And who was living with you at that residence?
Joe and my 2 babies, my 2 kids,
Okay.
and myself.
And what kind of residence was that?
It was a home owned by his boss.
Were you working at the time?
No.
Were your children going to school?
Yes.
And where were they going to school?
An elementary school, Taylor Elementary.
Who would take the children to school?
Him and I, both of us.
Okay.
Him being Joe?
Yes.
Thank you.
And who would pick the children up from school?
Both him and I, Joe, or sometimes they would ride the bus.
Okay. Did Mr. Casas ever get the children without your presence?
No, just one time whenever the accident happened.
Okay, and we'll get to that soon. But prior to February of 2022, did Mr. Casas ever drop off or pick up the children alone?
No.
Did you fill out an emergency contact form for your school?
Yes.
And who was listed on that form?
Joel Hernandez.
You said Joel Hernandez, and who is that?
It's his alias.
Whose alias?
Joe's alias.
Okay. And why was his alias listed on that contact?
Because that's the name that he would go by.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Casas have any permission to pick up your children without you?
No, not without me.
So I'm going to take you back to February 15, 2022. Do you remember where you were that day?
Yes, in our home.
Okay. The home address that you just gave on Haggerty Road in Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who was with you that day?
My kids and Joe.
What was going on?
We were arguing because the night prior, I told my son to take a shower, and he started yelling at my son and bullying him, in other words. So we got into a conflict.
Okay.
Joe and I.
And what were you telling Joe at that time?
That he couldn't make him feel bad. He can't talk to him that way. He can't bully a 9-year-old boy.
And what else was going on that day?
Well, on that was the 14th, the nighttime.
Okay.
And then it escalated in the morning, 15th, and he wouldn't let my kids go to school on the 15th. He stood in the doorway. He wouldn't let nobody leave.
Okay, when you say it escalated on the 15th, can you describe what you mean by escalated?
We're arguing more, yelling. The kids weren't allowed to go to school. He made a hole in the wall at one point. I was on the floor doing my makeup, and he was just over me, talking mess to me.
So I'm going to break down a few things that you just mentioned. So when you said he wouldn't allow the kids to go to school, that was on the day of the 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they usually go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on that day, how did he not allow the kids to go to school?
He said the kids aren't going anywhere. Nobody's leaving this house. And he stood in front of the doorway.
What doorway?
The front doorway.
Okay.
And there was no back door or anything like that.
And you mentioned that there were holes in the wall. How did that happen?
From him punching the walls,
With it, with what?
his fist.
Did he do anything physically towards you or the children?
I was pushed at one point on the couch and he grabbed me by my arm on the 15th,
Okay,
but nothing physical to my babies.
okay. And when you stated that he didn't allow anyone to leave, does that include you?
Yes,
So why did you feel like you couldn't leave, other than him making that statement?
he was standing in front of the doorway.
Anything, and was he doing anything else?
No,
Okay.
just standing in front of the doorway.
Did he make any threats to you on that day, on February 15th?
No,
Okay. At any point, did Mr. Casas display any sort of a weapon?
there was a machete on the couch already, but he did not threaten me with the machete at
Okay.
that time.
At that time?
Yeah.
Was there another time that he had threatened you with the machete?
Before accidents of that
Judge,
day,
I'm gonna place an objection to any testimony that relates to anything before the day in question.
Response?
Judge, I guess the report states something different, so I'm just trying to see if maybe there was a miscommunication about the dates in which the machete was displayed and threatened, because in the report it indicates otherwise. So I can also ask more specific questions
Yeah,
about the
I
report.
think you need to get specific, not general.
That's fine. Nina, did you indicate to the police when, or sorry, let me take a step back. At some point, and then either on the 15th or the 16th, did you have communication with the police?
yes,
And did you provide them with a statement?
yes,
And in that statement, did you indicate to the police that Mr. Casas did threaten you with a machete on February 15th?
yes.
Okay, so can you describe what and how he did that?
He had told my kids and I how he was going to cut my head off and bury me in the backyard, and how nobody was ever gonna find my body.
So just to clarify, did those statements with the machete happen the day you were at home?
Probably yes.
Okay.
Whenever we're arguing.
Okay, so do you maybe
On the
not
15th.
remember specifically?
I don't remember very much, but now that you mention that, yes.
Okay. And where exactly was this machete in your home?
I remember it being on top by the TV and on the couch.
Can you describe what that looked like?
The machete or
Yeah, the machete, sorry.
it had wraps at the end and it was very sharp.
Okay. So on the day of February 15th, when you were at home and you stated that he didn't allow you or your children to leave, was that machete on display in your, as you mentioned, on the TV and on the couch?
I believe it was on the couch.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask Mr. Casas at any point to leave that day?
Oh, yes, many times.
And what was his response?
No, we're not going anywhere. Or he wasn't going anywhere as well. He wouldn't even go outside.
Okay.
Because he knew I would try to leave.
Objection to testimony about what he knew or what was in his mind.
Sustained.
Did you feel like you could safely walk out of your front door?
At times, yes.
You felt like you could safely walk out your front door on February 15th?
No,
Okay.
not on February 14th, no.
Did you have access to a phone that day?
I would have to hide it.
Okay.
I hid my phones. I had
What do you mean by you hid your phones? Like, what did you do with that?
I had an iPhone that didn't have service. It was just for pictures. And then my mother bought my son a phone, but I would hide them because he would take them and not give it back to us.
So what else happened on the day of February 15th?
Well, we weren't allowed to leave anywhere. We didn't have groceries and we were supposed to go to the store. But our problem was so big that nobody could leave. So we didn't go anywhere that day. We just, all four of us stayed home. I was just tired of it already.
Okay.
I was just tired. And all of us just stayed home until nighttime. And I just came up with a plan to the next morning to leave.
Okay, and so tell me about the next morning. What happened?
At some point at night, he told me if I was gonna keep carrying the problem, and in the morning, nobody was gonna go anywhere again on the 16th. And so I made up a plan. I had already been spotting and bleeding due to everything that was going on.
And sorry, can I also clarify? Earlier you mentioned you were expecting. Are you currently pregnant?
Yes.
Okay, and is that part of the issue you just explained of the
Yes.
spotting? Okay.
Yes. And I had already lost one, so I already knew how this was gonna end up if I stayed.
So when you say you came up with the plan, what was that plan?
To make him go by himself to drop off my kids. And while my kids are at school, I'm just gonna leave. And then I'll go pick them up in an Uber and take off, just leave.
Okay, so the next morning on February 16th, did your children go to school?
Yes.
And did you who took them to school?
Joe took them to school on his own because I
Okay.
told him I was not feeling good and I was bleeding. That was my opportunity.
Okay, and so when he left with the children that day, is that the first time that he took the children alone to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you do once he left?
I looked out the window and made sure that he had actually took off because I was scared he was gonna come back and check to see what I was doing. And I put a couple of items in a backpack and I put on my shoes and I started walking outside.
Okay, and where did you go?
In front of our house, there was this little factory.
Okay, do you remember what time that was around?
Yes, it was around 8:50 a.m.
Okay.
Because our school started at 9 o'clock.
What time did Mr. Casas leave with the children, if you remember?
Around 8:45.
Okay. So what happened once you left your home?
The first thing I did was call the school and make sure my kids were at school.
Okay.
And the school said, yes, they're at school and they needed masks, and that's how I knew
Judge, I
they're.
think we're getting in here
they
to
were
say I
there.
would object to that testimony.
Response?
I'm not introducing it to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just an indication of the timeline of events.
I'll allow it. Don't get too far off track.
No, that's, yeah. So sorry, you contacted the school to
Right.
ensure the children were there. What happened next?
They told me they were there. I told them, please don't let them leave with no mail. Don't let them leave with anybody. They said, okay, not even the one who dropped them off. I said, no, especially not him. And I felt good. I felt okay, a relief. They're at school, they're safe, and now I can do what I have to do, which was my plan to call an Uber.
Okay. Were you able to do that?
No, ma'am.
So what happened? Why not?
I got a text message saying that I was
So who did you get a text message from?
from Joe,
Okay, and what did he say?
that I was stupid because he had the kids,
Okay,
and I didn't believe that he had the kids.
so when he said you are stupid, do you know what he was referring to?
That I was gonna have to come back. I was gonna have to go back.
And so what happened after you received that text?
I called the school right away and I asked them, where are my kids? And they said they just got picked up. I don't
Objection
know
as to what
why.
they said, Your Honor.
That's hearsay.
That's, yeah. So you called the school. What do you find out without saying what they told you?
My kids had been picked up because my daughter had a doctor's appointment.
Okay, so let's focus on that a little. That morning on February 16th, did your children have any doctor's appointments?
No,
that day?
ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, your children should have been in school all day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now knowing that information, what did you do?
I started freaking out and I told him to please bring me back my children.
Told who?
Joe.
And how did you tell him that?
Via text message and calling him.
Okay, and did he respond to you?
No, because his phone is only works through Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So it's only when he's around Wi-Fi, whenever we can come into communication via phone.
Okay. And so when you don't hear from him, what do you do next?
I freak out. I'm freaking out and the school is on the line and they telling me that they're calling the cops.
Okay, so what do you do? Just talk about the actions that you take, not what the school did.
Well, I'm on the phone with the school the whole
Okay.
time and they're telling me that
Objection
the
is
phone,
what they're
you know,
telling
they're
you.
on the
Ma'am,
phone.
let me make it easy. You can't tell us what somebody else told you,
Okay,
okay? You
Yeah.
can tell us what you did, but you can't tell us what somebody told you.
okay. Well, then we were on the phone with the cops. I was on the phone with the cops. And the whole time they're trying to help me out of what are your kids wearing? When's the last time you've seen them? Who are they with? What color is the car? And I'm just waiting to get a response from him, from Joe.
Okay.
Where are the kids? What are y'all doing? Where are y'all at? Because I'm looking at our house from a distance and he's not pulling back in there.
Okay.
I was gonna go back and he never went back to the house.
Okay. So where do you go at this point after you're on the phone with the school and the police? What do you do?
I am still there at the little factory place.
Okay.
Freaking out. Then finally the cops pull up and they ask me if I'm okay and they take me back to the station.
Okay. So give me 1 second now. Do you know, and only if you know, if Mr. Casas returned to your home when you had left?
Yes, he did. That's how he knew I was not there.
Okay. Did you at some point get to talk on the phone with Mr. Casas?
Yes.
When was that?
While I was in the patrol car, I heard the little music in the background. And
let me ask you this, who called who at that point?
He called me.
Okay, and what did he say to you?
He passed the phone to my son first and he's like, tell mommy you're okay. And my son said, mommy, I'm okay. But I was scared. I was scared he was gonna like take them away or something.
Why did you think that he would take them away?
Because I'm just scared. He would take my kids to like another state or out of the country or something. So I wouldn't see them.
Can you explain why you thought that?
Because of prior accidents.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I heard the little music in the background and he told me he was getting the kids some toys. And then he was gonna take them to Ann Arbor to go get some beds that we got off Craigslist. But I heard the little music in the background and I was like, okay, you're getting some toys or they're looking at some toys. And I thought it was either Myers or Walmart that they were at. I put two and two together. And then the person that was driving, the officer that was driving was hearing our conversation and he reported it to the radio.
Okay, and how old are your children? I don't think I asked you that earlier.
My daughter's 7 and my son's 9.
Had they ever been alone with Mr. Casas?
Not alone, no.
Okay.
Maybe like going to the store.
Okay.
Before going to the store, or we would always be working together, all 4 of us.
Okay. At that moment when you were in the police car talking to Mr. Casas, did you think that you would see your children again?
No, I did not. I was very, very, very scared. My first thought was that he was going to take them out of the state because Ohio is not that far.
Had Mr. Casas made threats of taking your children?
Yes, many times.
So, once you were able to talk on the phone with Mr. Casas and your son, what happened afterwards?
I did a statement at the station. And once they told me we got him, we got the car and everything, I just felt this relief, and I was just walking to the door, back and forth, waiting for my kids to walk in.
Okay, and so eventually you were, your children came back to you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And from both days, February 15th and February 16th, did you have any injuries from everything that was going on?
I was cramping, but I had already bled before that.
Okay.
I was cramping. I had a bruise on my arm, and that was it, pretty much.
Okay. Did either you or your children need to go to the hospital?
No, ma'am.
And just, I'm going to take you back to the February 15th date when you were at home. Can you just describe what you were feeling, what thoughts were going through your head that day when you were
Yes,
home?
that if I stay in this relationship, I was just gonna lose another baby, and I don't want to lose another baby.
Why did you think you would lose another baby?
Because he didn't care that I was pregnant, and he would still throw me around and make me just feel bad and not even care. Not even care. We already lost one, and he didn't even care with that one.
So this whole time we've been talking about a Mr. Joe Casas. I'm going to ask if you see the person that we've been talking about in the courtroom today, if you don't mind looking to see if you can identify him.
Yes.
Oh, can you describe a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray shirt with glasses.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the defendant has been identified as Mr. Joe Casas.
Noted.
Thank you. Just one moment, please. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Washington, your witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name, is it Ms. Toranero?
Tenorio. Yes, sir.
Did I pronounce it correct?
No, but it's okay. Tenorio.
Tenorio, all right, forgive me. The children that you testified about that you said were taken from school, are those children common offspring?
No, they are not.
All right, he's not the father of those children?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start and focus on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicate there was an argument, is that correct?
Correct.
Between you and, was he your boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Was he living in the same
Yes, sir.
address? Okay. There was an argument between you and Mr. Casas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did that argument begin?
It actually began at nighttime on the 14th, around 9 p.m.
Okay.
And it lasted all day on the 15th.
All right. So it went into the night and the morning. When did it end?
When I left on the 16th.
All right. So you're saying that there was an argument all throughout February 15th?
Yes, sir. All day.
Okay. And you testified under oath. You were asked a question as to whether Mr. Casas actually handled a machete. You remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. You remember your answer being no?
Right.
Okay. So Mr. Casas at no time on the 15th handled a machete. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct, because he would grab it from the back of the TV stand onto the couch.
So I'm talking about, well, okay, let me ask you this question. Did he use a machete in a threatening manner as to you?
No, sir, not towards my body.
Okay, he never did give you an indication that he would use a machete, isn't that correct?
Not physically, but verbally, yes.
Okay, so he never did raise it to you?
No,
or,
sir.
Threaten to strike you with
No,
it?
sir.
Or anything of that nature?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying the only time that he handled it was when he moved it from one location to another, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. You indicated, now, when the argument was occurring, were the children in the same location?
Not in the same room, but in the same home, yes, sir.
They were under the same roof, but they weren't in the room, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
When they would come near the room, he would tell them to go over there because he was talking to mom.
Okay. Now, you're saying that the argument occurred all throughout
The 15th.
February 15th, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And you're saying he wouldn't let them go to school?
Correct.
So neither of the children attended school on the 15th?
Correct.
Okay. But they did attend school on the 16th?
For a little bit.
All right. And he took them to school, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. And you didn't have any fears of his taking the children to school, did you?
I did have a fear. That's why I contacted the school a few minutes later to make sure they were there.
All right, but nevertheless, you allowed him to take the children to school?
Yes, sir.
Correct? And there would have been a time period when the children were out of your sight, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they were in Mr. Casa's company, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. And you didn't do anything to prevent that from happening, isn't that correct?
Correct. I
Okay.
had a plan.
Beg pardon?
I had a plan.
All right, but you did let him take them to school?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that the only times, well, let me backtrack. Your testimony was that you never allowed Mr. Casas to take the children to school without your presence. Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir. That is my
Okay.
testimony.
So he was never alone with the children when they went to school?
Correct. Never alone prior to February 15th.
Was there a reason for that?
We were always together. I was never alone.
So was that out of any fears of his doing something to the children?
No,
that
it's
you were
just
always
we were
accompanying?
always together, and whenever he was at work, the bus would be the transportation of the children. But I didn't drive. I didn't work.
Now, when you would go to school, would
I would only get off and get them myself.
okay, but when you would take them to school, would you drop them off at a certain point and they would go to school, or did you take them to the school?
Yes, sir. There was, now we would, go the little line and drop them off together.
Okay. Now, were there times when you would take the children to school by yourself?
Never. I didn't drive.
Oh, you didn't drive?
No, sir.
Okay, you don't have a driver's license?
No, sir.
Okay. Would there be times when you and Joe would take, let me strike that. Were there ever times when you would take, you and Joe would pick up the kids before school was over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you approach the door, do you have to press a button?
Yes,
to
sir.
allow somebody to come there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would a certain person come or would different people come at different times?
I believe it was like two different people, two different ladies from the office, but it would always be me, just myself,
Okay.
who would go and press the button. And they already knew I was mom.
Oh, there would never be a time when Joe would just press the button?
Never.
And, okay. So you would press the button, somebody would come, and if you were to pick them up, you would tell them that you want to have the kids.
Yes. Well, I would press the button. I guess they see me through a camera. So they would be like, what's the reason? and they would just see me.
Okay.
And they would be like, okay, Angel and Arave, we'll send them to the front, but somebody would always come with them, either another student or a teacher from the office.
So, so you, you were aware there was a camera at the door,
Yes,
is that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And someone would ask you the reason why you would take the children or child
sir.
before closing time?
Yes,
or
sir.
Before school was over? Okay. And you said somebody would be present, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Did you know Miss Pitts was a principal
Yes,
at
sir.
that school?
Yes, we have met. As soon as we got there, I met with her and they were very helpful. They gave my kids some backpacks. They made them feel comfortable. We were also going through a hard time and where he wasn't working, I was not working. They gave us a gift card for Myers. They were very helpful.
Okay, so on the 15th, did you have any contact with the principal, Miss Pitts?
I have no idea. I think we did at one point, but I was mostly on the phone with the ladies in the front. I didn't ask names. I don't recognize voices at that time. But I think we did speak. We spoke that afternoon and she apologized. She was very worried about my babies. And we spoke on the 17th as well.
Okay, now you're saying you did speak to Miss Pitts on the 15th or
I
not?
believe so, in the afternoon, after the accident had happened.
Now,
Sorry, just objection, I think to clarify, you're referring to the 16th, she said after the accident happened, so she spoke to Ms. Pitt on the 16th.
16th, okay. You didn't speak to Miss Pitts on the 15th.
I spoke to somebody from the office. I don't know who it was, but it was a lady from the office.
When did you first become aware that, Mr. Casas had taken the children from the school?
When he texted me and said I was stupid because he has my kids.
All right, so do
And
you have the time of that text, the time that you got that text?
I don't know, maybe 9:05, maybe 9:10, because it wasn't too long.
Okay. Now, who's gonna pick up the kids that day on the 15th?
My plan was,
Let me stop. I think we're getting confused because the kids didn't go to school on the 15th.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry,
16th is when the kids went to school.
Right, okay.
Clarification, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so on the 16th, and you had this plan of him taking them, were you gonna, how are the children gonna be picked up?
via Uber. My plan was to myself get out of the home. And then me thinking the school is not gonna let just anybody pick up, the kids are gonna ask for an ID, they're gonna ask for driver's license, something, verifying who you are, not just because, oh, I see you, oh, okay. My plan was to run away, and then I had money, because I had gotten some child support money. So I had money on my card. I was gonna order an Uber, go pick up my children, and go to Haven Shelter and Pontiac. I had already spoke to Haven. They had a room ready for us.
So now, Mr. You're testifying that Mr. Casas, you let Mr. Casas be with your children after he made what you said, not allowing you to leave the home, not allowing them to go to school. You're gonna have him with the children after what you say, making these threats. Were you concerned about their safety
I
with him?
was, and I told my children before they even stepped out, mommy has a plan.
When did you tell them that?
On the 16th on the morning, because I did my daughter's hair.
When you told them on the morning of the 16th, where was Mr. Casas?
He was in the kitchen. He was turning on the car, making sure the car was on and the heaters were good.
So I take it when you told the children this plan,
Yes.
You all were all out of Mr. Casas's sight.
We
Would that be a
were.
fair statement?
Yes.
You didn't see him standing around or anything like
No,
that?
and I was very quiet.
Okay.
We were all very quiet. And I told him, don't worry. don't go with him. Once you go to school, don't go with him. Mommy has the plan. Everything's gonna be okay. And
Now, you did say that Mr. Casas, did you testify that Mr. Casas came home before he was arrested?
yes,
But
that's how he knew I was not there.
All right, when were you aware that he was home?
I believe he went to the house. He seen that I was not there. He sent me a text.
All right, well, you couldn't see what he saw.
No.
But you got a text from him,
Right.
and he told you via text that he was at your house?
No, sir. He sent me a text that I was stupid and that he had the kids. So I believe he seen I was not there. He went to go get my children. And then he went somewhere with Wi-Fi.
Okay, but you don't know, you didn't see him do all this.
I didn't see him.
You're
I'm
assuming
just-
that he did this, correct?
I do. I am just
Okay,
assuming.
all right. You don't really even know what happened when he got the kids, do you?
What my kids tell me is that they told him that they were gonna go look at some toys.
Okay.
My daughter said, I know that we weren't gonna just go get some toys because I know that he didn't have money. And what he had told us was he was gonna go pick up the beds from Ann Arbor, from Craigslist.
After talking to the children, you felt they were all right, isn't that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
They were a little shaken up and scared because, you know, the officers and they heard, my kids were telling me how they heard the
Well,
officers yell.
You can't tell what they heard.
Okay.
Going back to the 15th, I think you were asked a question about the machete. I think you testified that you believed it was on the couch. You remember saying that?
I remember it being on the couch.
You don't remember when you testified, you're saying you believe it was on the couch.
I am definitely positive at the end it was on the couch.
But you didn't see him with it.
I remember when he put it on the couch.
Okay. When he sent you that text, did you immediately call the police?
I called the school first to verify if my children were in fact with him or they were in school, how I had just got off the phone with them and verified that they were at school. So I called the school right back.
What when you called the school back, who did you talk to?
The lady in the front office, I don't know her
You don't
name.
know her name?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to Miss Pitts anytime during the 16th?
I don't remember. I was very overwhelmed, scared, sick. I don't remember if it was Miss Pitt. I know we did speak because she apologized and she was just making sure the kids were okay. But at that moment, I believe it was just the ladies from the front office.
One moment. Now, after this happened, did you send a number of letters to Mr. Casas?
Yes,
Okay. How many letters do you remember sending to Mr. Casas?
one.
Okay. You remember only one letter being sent to Mr. Casas?
Yes, and I had sent him some pictures of my tummy.
Okay. In your letters, you told Mr. Casas that you still loved him. Is that correct?
Of course, yes. He's the father of my baby.
And you you asked him to forgive you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you want him to forgive you for?
For leaving, because I couldn't do this anymore. I gotta be a mom before a woman or a wife. I knew if I stuck around, I was just gonna lose another baby. And it's just not right. I'm more of a mom than a woman.
Did you stay at that address after Mr. Casas was arrested?
No, I left the same day.
You left that address the same day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Then you can step down.
Thank you.
Watch your step on my ramp.
Judge, the people call Principal Pitt next as their witness.
Thank you. Good morning. Come on up. Watch your step on my incline ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Settle in the chair. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Elisa Pitt, P-I-T-T.
Thank you.
Did you say Elisa?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Pitt, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you employed?
Van Buren Public Schools. I'm the principal of Tyler Elementary School.
And where is that? You said Van Buren Public Schools, is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been the principal for?
Oh, gosh. I've been in the school district for 43 years and a principal for 15.
I'm sorry, did you say, is Tyler, is that an elementary school?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you explain what Tyler Elementary School's pickup policy is? For instance, who is permitted to pick up the children at the school?
Yes. So when parents register, we have an emergency form that they fill out, and they list any adults that are allowed, or any people that are allowed to pick up the children.
Okay, so you said an emergency form. Is that emergency form only for emergencies, or anyone on that list is able to pick up children?
Anyone on that list. So it's a registration form.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that made clear to the parents that that emergency form is like a registration form?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the process of actually picking up a child at the school?
So now adults are not allowed in the building. So we have a security buzzer on the outside of the front door. So they ring the buzzer and the secretary answers that buzzer. And then we ask, who it is and who they're here for. And they would tell the office. And if we did not recognize the person, we would tell them that, we would need to see ID. And then we go get the children, and an adult takes them to the front door.
Okay, when you say if you don't recognize the person, do you mean recognize just from seeing them come and go at the school?
Yes.
Okay. And on the emergency contact form, do you also have IDs for the individuals that are on the form, or just their name and information?
Just the name that the registering person put down.
Are you familiar with the, I'm going to spell out the last name so I don't mispronounce it, T-E-N-O-R-I-O family?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know the two children in that family?
Yes.
Do you recall their names?
Yes.
What are their names?
Angel and Hervé.
Yeah, great. And how are you familiar with them?
They were students in my school. Angel was a third grader and Hervé was in first grade.
Do you recall if the children were present at school on February 16, 2022?
Yeah, I believe they were.
Okay.
Yes.
do you recall who picked up the children that day from school?
Yes, Mr. I think it's Hernandez.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you remember around what time that was?
It wasn't too late after school had started. I want to say it was between maybe, it could have been like between 9:30 and 9:45. I'm not quite sure the
Okay.
exact time, but school had, our school actually starts at 9:15, so it wasn't too late after school had started.
Okay. And when this male picked up the children, did he speak to you or was it the secretary at the door?
He actually spoke to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you remember what he told you as to why he was there so soon after dropping off the children?
I believe he said that the kids had an appointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what kind of appointment, like a doctor's appointment?
I don't remember.
Okay. Had you seen this male before?
Yes.
Okay, so you had recognized him as someone that had come to the school?
Yes.
Okay, had you ever seen him alone or was he generally with someone else?
He was generally, well, probably both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before releasing the children to him, did you do anything to verify of who he was?
No, I recognized him.
Okay,
Yeah.
and did he give you a name at that point?
A name? No.
Like sorry,
No,
did he
no,
identify
no,
himself when he
no,
arrived?
No.
Okay. But you recognized him as, what was the name that you gave?
I believe the name was Hernandez.
Okay, so you thought that the male's name was Mr. Hernandez?
Mhm.
Okay. And at what point during the day did you realize that something may have been, let's say, off in regards to the pickup?
So he took the students, and then I usually go around the building saying good morning. When I got back to the office, my secretary had said that we have a problem, that Mrs. Tenario was on the phone and saying that no one should be picking up the students other than herself.
Okay.
And that's when, I said, well, there, someone just picked them up. And so she was on the phone and saying that, they can't do that. And I said, then, you need to call the police then.
Okay. And did you do anything at that point?
I called the police also.
Okay. And so what happened afterwards, after you contacted the police?
Then a police officer came to the school and asked for the printout, the information that we had, and then left.
Okay, did the police give you a name of anyone that they were inquiring about?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay.
The police officer came back. I'm not sure how many times he came back,
Okay.
but there was a different name that I think the second time when he came back. And that's when we looked at the form and I said, this isn't the name that, I have. And then when they had him in custody, then he came back, the police officer, I said, of course I was worried about the children. I said, when you hear anything, please let me know. And he came to school and I showed him the form and I said, can you go see if this is the same person?
Okay.
And he went to jail, came back and he said, that is indeed the same person.
Okay, so just to clarify, the name that the police were giving you was not the name on the list.
Yes.
So initially you thought someone else had picked up the children.
Yes.
Did you think that person then would have been authorized to pick up the children?
Well, I mean, I knew who had picked him up, so that's what I was
Okay.
confused, and I kept calling, talking to the police officers. I said, something's not right. This is who I've always seen.
Okay.
He addressed me by my name. I mean, I knew who it was.
Okay.
Yes.
So the individual that you saw pick up the children on February 16th of this year, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify what he's wearing?
I can't tell if it's a gray half sip.
Or where he's
Clear
sitting?
glasses,
Okay.
yes, yeah. Yes,
Noted for the record.
Thank you.
okay.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pitts.
Hello.
Ms. Pitts, you're the principal at the school?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you saw the gentleman that you said you encountered on February 16th. You saw him on a number of occasions.
Yes,
Okay, and that would be a number of occasions to pick the children up, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, then. And on those occasions, there was no problems or anything like that, is that
No.
correct?
No,
And and there were a number of times when you saw the children up, when he was by himself, isn't that correct?
I believe so. Most of the time he was with Ms. Tenario.
Okay,
But
there,
they would pick up, we have a parent pickup on the side, so typically at the end of the day, they would drive up and he would be driving the car.
but there were times when he would drive up by himself, isn't that correct?
I believe so. I'm not quite sure about that. Okay.
All right. There were times when he come to pick the children up, he would wave to you, isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And you testified that what the adults aren't allowed in the school? Or is that during the school hours?
yes,
Okay, then. And they would have to ring a buzzer
yes.
and someone would come and open the door, especially during the school hours. Is that
Mhm,
correct?
correct.
Okay, all right. Would there mainly be a designated person that would open the door or? would it be a number?
Typically one of my secretaries
Okay,
or myself. Yeah.
oh, okay.
There's not someone that stands at our door,
There's
letting
no-
people in and out.
No one posted at the door.
No,
Okay.
no.
If your secretary would come to open the door, she would exit her office and then go to the door and open it?
Yes,
Okay. Then. And there's a camera at the door, is that correct?
no,
There's not a camera there?
no, no.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there a camera anywhere around the school?
In front of the office hallway, but you can't see the front door.
Okay, all right. Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Any direct? redirect? Can we send Ms. Pitts back to the school?
Yes. I
Watch
go to
your-
work again?
You can. Watch your step on the ramp. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Judge, we have one last quick witness. It is Officer Tront.
Thank you. Never noticed that, has it? She's got kids bigger than you at school. Officer, come on all the way up front, please. Watch your step on my incline ramp. Raise your right hand, swear and affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Settle in.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you tell the court if you're currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Based on your uniform, I would say yes, so. And where are you currently employed?
I'm an officer with Van Buren Township,
Okay, and how long have you been an officer for?
17 years.
Thank you for your service. And what is your position with the police department?
Patrol,
Okay, and what does that entail?
answering calls for service.
Okay, do you go out on those calls?
Yes,
Have you been a patrol officer for the entirety of the 17 years?
no,
And what other positions have you held?
traffic unit.
Okay. Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on February 16, 2022?
Yes,
And did you have a reason to go to Tyler Elementary School that day?
yes.
And what was that reason?
I was sent to Tyler Elementary on a report of a kidnapping.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, what was your specific role or duty that day?
I was taking a report from the school principal.
Did you speak to anyone else?
At that time, no.
Okay.
What did you do upon taking the report from the principal?
I was advised from the principal that 2 children had been removed from the school by the boyfriend of the mother of the children.
Okay, and then upon obtaining that information, what actions did you take?
The principal was unable to identify the person that did remove the children from school. I was informed a phone call had been made after the children were released that they should not be released to anyone.
Okay,
When I left the school, I was sent to an address on Haggerty Road to speak with the mother of the children,
okay, and what was the mother's name, if you recall?
Ms. Tenorio.
Okay, and did you in fact speak with her when you arrived at that residence?
I did. I didn't go to the residence. We were sent to a business nearby the residence where Ms. Tenorio was.
Okay.
She had left the residence.
And based on the information that you gathered from her, did you have a possible suspect you were looking for?
Yes.
And who was that?
She identified the boyfriend as Joe Casas and provided vehicle information.
And what did you do with that information?
That information of the name and vehicle was broadcast to area departments by our dispatch.
Okay, and why was it broadcasted?
We were informed by the mother that he should not have had access to the children, that he should not have been able to take them out of the school.
Okay, and so what was the, what did you share, I guess, with the other police departments? What information was given out to them?
Name and vehicle information.
Okay.
I believe it was a red Subaru with a Florida temp tag, if I'm remembering correctly.
Was anyone able to locate Mr. Casas or
Yes.
the individual you were looking for?
Yes, an officer from Canton Police Department initiated a traffic stop.
And what did you do in response once you had that information that he was in fact pulled over somewhere?
I responded to that location and took Mr. Casas into custody.
Okay. When you arrived at that location, I'm assuming it was somewhere in Canton?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
He was with the children.
Okay. And is that the same children you were told to be looking for?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to identify them by name?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe what the children's demeanor was like when you arrived?
I didn't speak much with the children. I didn't observe them to be in distress or upset, from what I could tell.
And then did you in fact transport and process Mr. Casas?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you take him?
The Van Buren Township Police Department.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Mr. Casas?
Yes, I did.
Did you read him his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what was his response to you reading his Miranda rights?
He waived his rights and completed a signed statement.
Okay, and he also spoke with you verbally as well?
To an extent, not much.
Okay, do you recall why he stated he picked up the children, if he did?
He stated he picked up the children when he returned home after student drop off. The mother, Ms. Tenorio, was not at the residence. He was concerned how the children were going to get picked up from school, so he returned to the school to get them.
Okay, and did he indicate what he was going to do with the children?
He stated he was going to take them shopping for bunk beds.
Okay. Did he indicate why he had a concern as to why Ms. Tenero was not present?
No, not that I recall.
And then are you able to identify the person that you picked up at that location and transported to the police department as someone that's in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify either where he is sitting or a piece of his clothing?
He's sitting behind you at the table in a gray shirt.
Okay, thank you so much. No further
Noted.
questions.
Your witness, Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, you indicated that you, after Mr. Casas was arrested, you saw the children, is that correct?
Briefly at the scene of the stop, yes.
Okay, then.
I did not transport them anywhere, though. My contact with the children was limited.
Okay, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary about their demeanor, would that be a fair statement?
Yes, it would.
Okay, then, all right, nobody crying or showing signs of panic or anything like that?
Not that I could tell, no.
Okay, and you certainly would have made note of that if you did see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicate, you asked Mr. Casas why he got the kids?
Yes,
Okay, and he said that he found out that the kid's mother was not at the home. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And did he express that he was trying to find the children's mother?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Morcisian, anything else for
No,
Officer
that's
Trump?
it. Thank you.
You can step back.
Thank you.
You can get back to work. Nothing else from the people?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Defense witnesses?
No, we have no witnesses. Your Honor.
Ready for argument?
Judge, the people believe that we have met our burden to establish probable cause for the felony counts that Mr. Casas was charged with. First, starting with count 1 and 2 for kidnapping, child enticement. In order to meet our burden, the people must show that the defendant maliciously or fraudulently did lead, take, or carry away children under the age of 14 with intent to keep or conceal those children from the parent or legal guardian. We believe that we have met that burden. In fact, the defendant did both maliciously and fraudulently take away the children. He did it under false pretenses. He showed up at the school probably, it sounds like maybe 15 or 20 minutes after dropping them off. He informed the school that he was taking them to some sort of appointment, and which, as testimony has indicated, that was not what he did. And the complainant indicated that children had no appointments and should not have been removed from the school. He also gave a false name to the school. He went under the name of, I believe it was Joel Hernandez. Both the complainant and the principal indicated that that was the name given to the school. And additionally, it was not an emergency for the defendant to come and pick up the children. Again, actually what it shows to have happened is that both with the testimony from the officer as well as the complainant, that the defendant went home, noticed that the complainant was not there and that she had left him after being kept inside the home for over 24 hours. He goes and gets the children based on statements made by the complainant, knowing that if he had the children, she could not leave him. He texted her with around the same time when picking up the children saying, "You're stupid, I have the children." That to me is an indication that he not only took the children and from the school under fraudulent pretenses, but also did so to keep and conceal the children from their mother, from their parent legal guardian. Additionally, regardless of whether or not he necessarily had permission from the school to take the children, he had no legal right to these children. These children are not his. He has not adopted them. They are not married. There is no legal right for him to have had those children, especially seeing that the complainant contacted the school and even indicated that no one should be picking up the children. Additionally, he took the children to different places. The complainant stated that she felt that she was not going to see them based on the statements and actions of the defendant, and she thought that he would actually drive away with the children to a different state and that she would not actually be able to see them. Under all of those circumstances, in addition to the multiple threats that he had made that he would take away the children from her, we believe that we have met that burden, that in fact, the defendant did maliciously and fraudulently take away the children in an effort to conceal them and keep them from their mother. And again, I think that was all done based on, I think, the cumulative evidence that the complainant gave was that was done to make her come back. She made a risk to leave. She stated she had a plan. She wanted to get out. Not many people in situations like hers are able to do so, and she took that step forward knowing that it could be dangerous. And then he, based on, again, her testimony, he grabbed her kids knowing that it would make her come back for them because she was not going to leave without them. Additionally, Counts 3 and 4 and 5, they all go together, the unlawful imprisonment. She stated multiple times that he prevented the children from going to school on the 15th. He prevented her from leaving by standing in front of the door. He brandished a machete throughout the day, regardless of whether or not he actually held onto it and tried to physically harm her with it, does not change the fact that he restrained them in the home, did not allow them to leave, and brandished a very dangerous weapon in front of her and her children. And then she stated herself that she felt unable to leave or unsafe to leave because he also threatened to slit her throat and bury her in the backyard. So based on all of the evidence that happened on the 15th or the testimony given, they were unable to leave and we kept them for more than 24 hours. Just to note, we do not have to show a specific time of how long someone was restrained, but here it was for more than a whole day until the next day. And then I believe the last count that we would have to show is count 6, the felonious assault. And again, there doesn't have to be an actual injury that results from a felonious assault. The threats that he made of harming her with the machete, brandishing the machete, preventing her from leaving with that machete, I think is more than enough for a probable cause to have all of these counts bound over. And then count 7 would carry on as the misdemeanor count. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Any argument?
Judge, I'll start with count 6, the felonious assault count. There's certainly insufficient evidence to show a felonious assault. The witness first testified, was asked about whether a machete was used. She says no. Then later on, she reverses that, says that he handled it, but he moved the machete. At no time does she testify that he actually used it or threatened to use it. I don't think she even said that he brandished it.
Well, her testimony was that he told her and the kids that he would cut her head off, bury her body in the backyard, and nobody would ever find her.
Yeah, but I
don't think he has to be waving the machete at that time to make it an assault.
But even using that, I think it's insufficient to show that. I mean, she would have to be put in the apprehension of an immediate battery or immediate harm. I don't think that's been shown by the testimony. I mean, there was an argument. She testifies that statements were made as you indicated, but he never did indicate his intent or his willingness to actually do that. So we don't think that that count has been proven. As to the false imprisonment counts, she indicates that I believe she said she didn't believe that she could leave. However, if you take everything in its totality, she testifies that she's able to talk to the children outside his presence. He certainly doesn't make any moves or gestures or any actions that will constrain her to a certain area. I believe that all that's shown is that he makes statements. He's standing by the door, but he's not blocking the door. He's not preventing her from leaving. In fact, she does in fact allow the children to leave. She in fact leaves the house because of this plan. I think when you put everything together, the false imprisonment claims fall short. As to the kidnapping, if the court takes everything in its totality, the principal says that she sees him on a regular basis. He comes to get the kids. Sometimes he's there by himself to get the kids, which contradicts what her testimony was. And when he gets the kids, I think there's testimony that he does come to the home. And as he told the police from the statement they gave the police, when he got there, she was not there, and he left to look for her. I don't think anything contradicts that particular evidence. So I think because you take all that together, this falls short of a kidnapping. I would just add that the last witness who testified, the officer, he indicates there was nothing unusual about the behavior of the children, nothing about their demeanor that gives rise to them taken from a certain location against their will. So we would conclude that as to the first 6 counts, the prosecution has not carried a burden of proof. As to the domestic violence, I don't think there's enough there for even that, but certainly the other counts falls far short. So I object to a body.
Thank you. Ms. Morsissian.
Just a quick follow-up. I think the statements made that the defendant, when he got home and went to look for her, I'm assuming counsel met her as Nina, and that is just not the case. The facts don't establish that. He gets home not even maybe 10 to 15 minutes later, and automatically he doesn't see her there, and he thinks that no one could pick up the kids. Why not wait and see where she's going to return? His actions demonstrate the fact that he knew she had left because of the altercation that they had the day before, and that his first instinct was to go get the children from school despite just dropping them off, knowing that if he had the children, and his text message states it, that she would probably come back. He does not look for her. He does not wait another 5-10 minutes to see where she is, or a half hour or an hour. None of that. He doesn't do that. He automatically goes and gets the kids. I think that in and of itself is more than enough to show that he was doing so to take the kids away under deceit and a malicious way to then keep the kids from their mother.
It's probable cause hearing. I think there are some issues with some of these charges from a beyond a reasonable doubt standpoint, but this isn't where I'm at. Probable cause, I'm binding over on all counts. AOI date is the 25th, 9 a.m. Bond is continued.
Judge, may I address that issue of bond?
Sure.
Just briefly, we would just ask for a reduction of bond, Your Honor. We would ask for a personal bond if possible.
Not gonna happen. Bond is continued. Take it up downtown.
I was gonna indicate he's amenable to a tether.
Take it up downtown.
Judge, did you say May 25th? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
Would the court order DSU?
I will do that.
Thank you.
Good luck downtown, Mr. Kansas.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, go ahead. Pretty sure Dale had blue. You got ours? It's pretty blue.
Yeah.
We done with you today, Mr. Washington?
Yes, that was the last one.
Be well. You got anything ready for me?
I do, an in-custody sentencing, so I can sneak out of here before you do any more exams. It's with Devin Page.
What are we doing? Just a sentencing?
Yep, it was a sentencing, it was an alcohol plea, so you had to do a referral, but it was a sentence agreement to time served.
Yep. You know what though?
Yes, sir.
Emily took my file.
Oh, she was changing her recommendation. She wasn't aware of the sentence agreement, so she gave a beautiful recommendation, very good recommendation.
That we're gonna ignore.
Unfortunately, yes. Is there anything that I can do not to try to locate the file?
No.
Virginia.
Hey, Virginia, could you tell Emily I need that beach file when she can get it up here?
Okay, I will.
Thanks.
All right.
Was that last one bind over? Your last exam, was it a bind over?
Yeah. You say you're getting frustrated with Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. You know what makes me mad?
Are you live?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Do you know what makes me mad? Is that woman and her whole staff are upset with the court system because she had to leave her duties at the hospital. They're not mad at the prosecutor's office. And if the prosecutor's office would have made a phone call, inquired a little bit, then they should have come to us and said, we have to dismiss, we have no chain of custody. It's not right. It's a waste of resources. Everybody's.
I understand.
What are you doing? You got any of these exams?
Yeah, you can call Volter.
Older?
Volter.
Volter?
Like Victor, Olter.
Are you on this one?
Yes.
Come on up.
I'll just go out in the hallway and get Mr. Volter.
Yeah. I just called down and asked so I can get her out of here. No, I know. Leanna schooled her and then told me what was going on.
I'm glad I brought it up because.
There's no change. No, because they put everything in a rack and it goes down. You just hope that the person who took the blood put the right name and number on it.
Right, which is why you can't use it.
People versus Ronald Walter Jr. Appearances.
Shane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Judge. I'm Christopher St. Clair, P 80512, here with on behalf of Mr. Bolter, is present and standing to my left.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, on today's preliminary exam and the victim, who is also the defendant's brother, we cannot find.
Defense moves to dismiss.
Granted without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we've got some bond money. Did you post or somebody post for you? All right, 90% of it will be returned.
Thank you, sir. Should we wait for an order or wait for an email? An order? So we can go get his tether off?
Oh, we can do that today.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
just wait.
Yes, sir. Wait in the hallway or wait here?
Wherever you want to go.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Counsel, I love that jacket.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a good day.
So. I don't like yours.
Oh, wow.
His had much nicer colors than yours, sweetheart. You're inner clueless? I don't get it. Oh, I don't remember it. I had my baby last night. Evelyn.
Well, but someone's got to be in charge, you know.
Carry your napkin.
Who's in charge?
You're welcome, sir.
Here, I got you, Logan, I promise.
I haven't heard any updates on the baby.
He's doing great. Yeah, he's doing great.
But it's more fun to have them when they're not.
Oh yeah, he's no fun at all. You know that. I mean, you know.
Why do you think I didn't have a third?
Yeah, she wakes up this morning about 7 o'clock, you know, and I go up and grab, of course, she's yelling for Omi, Omi, Omi. I'm like, yeah, Omi's still sleeping. So I bring her down. I said, we gonna cuddle on the couch? Mm-hmm. So I got to read her Peppa Pig stories, which are absolute shit stories. I mean, they're just terrible, but she loves them.
At least you don't have to read I Need a Butt. That is a book that's sold at Target and I had to read it 5 times a day for like 3
Are you familiar with the pigeon series?
Yes, I have the pigeon in the box.
Equally stupid,
Agreed.
but she still loves those. So we got to do that for about 50 minutes before it was time for me to start taking care of my morning duties. So I sent her upstairs to go wake your grandmother up. Yeah. Yeah, because she still agrees. You know what I mean? Almost 3. August would be 3. Yeah, you know, isn't that terrible? Yeah, find me a file to work on. Go that way and send somebody in, would you?
I gotta go grab the.
Okay, don't worry about it. Council, what do you got today?
I have Miss Foster.
Foster? What are we,
Mr. Mina?
Yes.
what are we doing on it?
There, you look different than on.
What are we doing?
We have a settlement.
Okay.
We are going to plead to an attempt, time served, no contest.
Awesome.
And then she can make her way over to Dearborn, where I think she still is, going to be jailed until we get there. He was doing something.
Are we ready on Foster?
Yes, Judge, we reached a plea agreement.
And where is Foster?
She's in.
Seems pretty compliant.
Mhm.
Reminding her she wanted to go out.
It's on the front.
Yeah.
It's done everything that can be.
Yeah.
Teaching suspended, just so we can close that.
No. Burger sales.
I'm still waiting.
You might as well sit until I get a prisoner, unless you want to do it without her.
I'm good. Yeah, let's do that.
You're good doing it without her? I'm okay if you are.
It is a plea to a misdemeanor, Judge.
Oh, no, we can't do that without her.
We're waiting on Foster.
We're waiting on anybody. Give me a live body.
I'm good if you want to do a civil responsibility.
If you got Foster, take Foster. How's things? You sure can, always. How are things?
Just says hi.
How's he doing? Oh, good God. He got sick. And he's probably not even going anywhere, right?
Oh, he's teaching.
Oh, he's still teaching? Good for him. Good for him. He's my hero. He's my hero.
No one.
Yeah, nobody teaches. Yeah. Yeah, good for him. And it's not the same as it was pre-COVID. I mean, I talk to all the teachers I know, and the kids are way behind developmentally. I mean, it's like, I talk talked to the school teacher, said literally, they came back to brick and mortar, they came back animals. I mean, they're not really human anyhow.
Here you go. There you go. Did that happen? No worries.
Studying what? I'm easy to find. I'm easy to find. Send me a text. Yeah. Alrighty. All right, People versus Foster, appearance, please.
Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, Your Honor, P84950.
Your Honor, here, me Hans, on behalf of Ms. Foster, P number 66417. Ms. Foster, state your name. Your Honor, we're ready.
Hello. Go ahead.
Today's the date and time for a preliminary hearing. However, we have come to an agreement. I believe the people will be dismissing the counts of resisting instructing, leading to one count of attempted resisting instructing with sense agreement of time served, which is 8 months.
I'm sorry, how long?
8 months.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, we'll be doing it no contest for civil
Thank you.
liability.
Thank you. All right, so you understand when you say no contest, Ms. Foster, that you're literally saying to me that you're not fighting the charge. You understand that?
Yes.
If I get a factual basis to accept the plea, then I'm going to go forward. It'll be a sentencing, just as if you pled guilty. From that point, once the plea is accepted, doesn't matter if it's a no contest or guilty, then we go to sentencing. Understood? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You've discussed your rights and counsel, or rights and options with counsel?
Yes.
You understand all those rights and options?
Yes.
All right. And understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to the added charge of attempt?
No contest.
Thank you. Are you pleading no contest to the added charge of attempt?
Yes.
All right. Who can give me a factual basis?
Stipulate, please.
Your Honor, this is to the comments of this court.
All right.
which were,
That's great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, which were on June 13th of 2021 at the North Terminal, near the big blue deck at the Wayne County Airport. Ms. Foster did resist and otherwise obstruct officers Brian Bush, Eric.
I'm satisfied if you two are.
Your Honor, it's in the city of Romulus County of Wayne, so jurisdiction.
Oh, apologies, yeah.
And it's one count, even though we have 2 officers involved.
Okay, I'll accept. 93 days jail, credit for time served, close the
Yeah.
file. I've got one other file I'd like to deal with if you're comfortable. I've got a trespass misdemeanor from the airport that's never been dealt with. If she wants to plead with that one to close it out, I'll do the same thing, time served and be done.
Can we discuss it since we pled to this?
I don't have that prosecutor, that's the problem. This is the local file. I can schedule another pretrial when that prosecutor's here.
Do you care if we just, do you want to just,
Or a no contest plea on that one. Actually, I can't do a no contest. I don't have any file information.
we'll plead guilty.
All right, ma'am, you understand the rights and options as they apply to this file? Possible penalties up to 93 days in jail, plus fines and costs. You understand that? Understanding that, are you pleading guilty to an October 22nd, 2021 trespass charge at Metro Airport? Were you somewhere in the airport that you had been told not to be?
I assume so, yes.
Or did they tell you to leave somewhere and you didn't leave real quick?
Probably, yes.
All right, counsel, you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were satisfied.
Thank you, gentlemen. This one, 93 days in jail, credit for time served, closed. So we're done with you, right? Ms. Mias, we're done?
Your Honor, we
All
are
right.
done. The only thing I will advise you, you said the resisting instructing misdemeanor was 93 days.
That's the sentence I gave her.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just want to make sure. You
Yeah.
didn't think it was a one.
No,
93
I
day
sentenced
misdemeanor.
her to 93 days and closed.
time served. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Good luck, ma'am.
See you, girl.
All right, I don't need it. You'll find it eventually so I can write it. No, because it's a time served and be done. So I'll just say that on the record, and she'll find the file at some point. I'll make my note. So we can do it that way. I thought, didn't she come up and grab it?
She came up and grabbed it, said, all I'm doing is changing it and I'll bring it right back.
And we lost her.
And we lost her and.
We got to do an APP for Emily.
Yes. Put it out.
Good to see you guys. Is Foster in custody then, Belcher? Not Foster.
Yes, Beach is in custody.
Beach.
Because you were going to have an examination.
Right. Do you know what's going on with that by chance?
I believe NDS represents him.
You don't? Okay.
And he made mention that it was going to hold, but I'm not sure if that's.
Stone is talking to Beach's attorney right now.
All right. Can I get Beach out here?
Sure.
I want to take care of his misdemeanor so we can let Leanna go.
He's a man that can make it happen, Judge. He can make it happen.
I like that. Kind of kind.
All right, now I can't find a misdemeanor Beach file.
Because Emily took it. Remember, that's
Oh.
Is it 4:00 yet?
And we've only got 3 or 4 more scheduled.
Well, if anyone can get through it by 4:00, it's you.
You know, it actually, our morning went really well. The morning flowed.
I'd like to take credit. over
You
there.
can have it. I don't care. As long as it flows.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Choose them from Ryan over here. Oh, okay.
I had 3.
I like the Ryan middle school players that we got going on.
Oh, they are bulldogs.
Takes me back to my past.
Your appearance for Mr. Beach, please.
Good afternoon, Leanna Belcher on behalf of Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach, state your name.
Devon Beach.
Your Honor, today is the date and time for sentencing in this matter. We have reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report. It is
Thanks,
factually accurate. I believe probation was just changing the recommendation to be consistent with the plea agreement, which was for credit time served.
And how many days was he in?
Your Honor, that's a good question. He's been in for what, about a month now?
Yeah.
But I do know that there was a period.
It's been at least 30 days, right?
Yes.
That's all I need to know. Go ahead.
Fair enough. I was just gonna say that there was a KPS history. I know he spent some time in custody several times on this file.
All right. On this file, 30 days in jail, credit for time served. There is a clearance fee that I'm not waiving that you'll have to take care of before you get your license straightened out. I know you got bigger fish to fry right now, but I just want to let you know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, we still got your felony files. I'm waiting for your attorney on that. Well, actually, let's see. He might be ready.
That's him.
Are you ready on Mr. Beach's files?
I am.
Perfect timing. We just took care of his misdemeanor.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Your appearance for Mr. Beach, counsel.
Good afternoon, James O'Donnell, Neighborhood Defense Services, P 42585. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Devon Beach. Mr. Beach, you can just-
Devon Beach, Your Honor.
Thank you. What are we going to do with his felony files, Mr. O'Donnell?
He wants to set an exam on the fleeing and eluding and
Okay,
he
and
wants to hold an exam on the pending UDA matter,
okay. So what are we doing on the first file?
setting an exam.
Why aren't we holding exams?
Because he's got 2 files.
Aren't they both scheduled for an exam today?
No, they're not.
Ah. Okay, all right, so the August 14, 21 incident date, 22-0311. Exam date, how about June 15th?
One moment, Judge.
I don't think we need her yet, but that's fine.
June 15, what time, Judge?
Actually, hold on a minute. Police officer drove while suspended. Yeah, how about June 15th at 1:30?
1:30.
June 15th?
Will this court be presiding or be a different judge?
I think it's me, right? Me.
Okay.
All right. But the other file is scheduled for an exam today. We're gonna hold that.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, then sit, make yourselves comfortable. And counsel, you don't have to jump up to talk to me. I know it's instinctive. It's okay if you do, but you don't have to. Heather said, you're too tall, you should stay in your chair. So-
All right.
So it doesn't put so
I
much,
always listen to what clerks say.
so it doesn't put so much pressure on your knee joints.
So,
Zona's doing this one? Oh, all right. So I need, Ken, I need whoever's doing this exam, and it's not Sona.
these are gonna become misdemeanors.
Beach, defendant Beach.
These are misdemeanors.
So they're only, so that's what we set the,
These, and it's really only one, it's only one charge in my mind.
Okay, so
Like we
why
read
would
this
you
thing
tattoo your
before.
hairline if his
But
hairline
he
never
came
changes?
running up to the vehicle. Beach did not say anything. He got into the driver's seat, put it into drive. The truck was spinning on ice. This part's not gonna happen because that guy's not here when he got bumped.
It
by
was,
the truck.
his sideburns were tattooed in too,
Um,
weren't they? I mean, it's like he just ran out of
Bowling
things
jumped
to
into the
tattoo.
bed
so
of the
that-
truck as it started to gain traction.
I know, he was all tatted up.
The truck, Bowling could see into the truck and knew it was Beach driving. Bowling yelled for him to stop. However, he continued, turned southeast onto Haggerty and then south on the corner. Hendrick located it.
She's got fantastic eyes. He walks in, she hands me a post knife, so his hairline's tattooed. I'm like,
He's like, yeah, I kept looking at it and turned away, and then you could see it when he went sideways.
and I think, was he trying to give her the mad eye? Was he trying to stare down the prosecutor?
So, I mean, it's basically kind of gets
The
what you
witness.
did willfully and without authority. And that's what it's about.
I did, because I had to listen, so I couldn't tell him to stop.
I didn't
because
catch
it
that.
was on microphone.
No. Yeah, can you spell control? I mean, crazy.
But
Yes,
does,
sir.
do you know if the prosecutor knows that we're here?
I just sent one of the officers.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
By now, one of them should be writhing on the ground with taser bars.
Yeah.
I found court cam TV on YouTube the last 2 days, watching just crazy shit that happens in courts. I mean, it's amazing some of these people.
Judge Martin had running it in process on that beach.
I wonder which one she's watching. All right, are we ready on beach?
I'm sorry, Judge, which?
Oh, I'm sorry, which beach?
Yes.
The case number ending in 140, the one that's scheduled for an exam today.
Oh, okay, Judge. So
The
that
other one we
was-
scheduled for June 15th, 1:30.
The other one, the BCC?
Yep.
The
Yep.
scheduled
Yep.
hearing. So Judge, we had that when our clerk pulled our docket. We had that marked as domestic violence. We don't have the file, and the OIC seemed to corroborate that marking by indicating to me that it was Sona's case. I don't think Sona has the file as well, or I, excuse me.
I know Sona was here at one point on this file.
See if this is stamped. Yeah, stamped. It's on this file.
Yeah, it's stamped on the insert report, domestic violence.
Okay,
Is she still here?
she's still here.
Okay, grab her.
Yeah, she's talking now. I'll log her.
Sorry, Ken, told you the wrong prosecutor.
I guess that where it becomes a. Or he just, she would have just said, let's go along for the ride. But as soon as she said stop. Cry. But who knows what she'll say. slightly different in your affect of the way you seem to me than the last time I talked to you. Last time I talked to you, you
Counsel, your appearance on the Devon Beach file. No problem.
Sonam Osisin on behalf of the people, P83923.
Are the people ready?
Yes, the people are ready.
Okay. And Mr. O'Donnell, you're ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's call the witness.
Okay, we are calling Christina Bowling.
Thank you.
I talked to Fanis about putting the recording for my trial up, and I told him that the camera doesn't move around. He's like, not bother with it. I said,
Well, I wasn't really asking him questions. I was just telling him what happened.
You know, he can.
Yes, yes.
You know, because he's not doing anything over there. He's pretty excited about that idea.
And did you say anything to her before you?
Sorry, I didn't realize this was up today, so I was just trying to catch up with that. It's not like me.
Did she seem like she was startled?
Ms. Bowling, all the way up front, please. All the way up here. Watch your step on this ramp right here. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, that's what the truth? Have a seat right there. State your name for the record, please.
Christina Bowling.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowling, I'm just going to ask you to speak up a little. I know this is going to be difficult. If you can just, focus on me through the questions that I ask. All you have to do is just answer from what you recall. Don't nod your head. The recording has to hear you say yes or no, okay? Can you say okay? Yes. And just speak up so we can make sure we hear you. If you need a second, just let us know and we'll give you that, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Bowling, do you know a Devon Beach?
Yes.
What was that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And how do you know him?
He's my kid's dad.
Kid's dad. How many kids do you have in common?
2.
At some point, were you in a dating relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And when did that relationship end?
It's been on and off for 2 years.
2 years? Okay. On and
I'm
off.
sorry.
3 years.
I'm sorry. The question was, when did it end? Was there an answer to that question?
She said it's been on and off for 2-3 years.
Thank you.
I'm just going to ask you to speak up a little louder. Sorry. Thank you. And around the time of February of 2022, did you have a job?
Yes.
And what was that job?
I delivered pizzas.
And who did you deliver pizzas for?
Red Rooster.
Say that is
Red Rooster.
Red Rooster. Okay. And where is that located? That job?
On Willis and Rossonville.
On Willis and what?
Rossonville.
And do you know what county that's in?
Washtenaw. Well, no, it's Wayne County.
Wayne County, okay.
It's like the cutoff.
And specifically on February 15th, 2022, were you in fact working as a pizza delivery or doing the pizza delivery service?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were called out to that day?
To Bemis Road.
Sorry, what was that?
Bemis Road.
Bemis Road? And where is that?
Sumter Township.
Sumter Township, okay. What time of the day was that when you went there?
I'm not really sure. I think it was like 7 or something like that.
Okay, later in the evening?
Yes.
Was it dark outside?
Yes.
Okay, because this was February, was it, what was the weather like?
Um, it was like a chilly night.
So what happened when you arrived at Bemis Road to deliver that pizza?
I had somebody get in my car and
So before we get there, did the person that you were delivering the pizza to meet you to pick it up?
no, I met him at his house to
Okay.
drop off pizza.
Sorry, that's what, so when you dropped off the pizza, where exactly were you located at this person's house?
At the end of the driveway.
Okay, and did this person come to the end of the driveway to meet you?
Yes.
Okay, was it a long driveway?
They like it was like a medium-sized driveway.
Can you describe like what the area that you were in looked like?
It was like an old farmhouse.
Okay. So when that person came to grab the pizza, was he able to do so?
He tried and no, he was able to grab the pizza, yes, and then he asked me for gas.
He asked you
Well,
for,
he said something about he needed gas or something because he was gonna run down to the gas station and get gas.
okay, and so what did you do?
I told him I had 2 gallons of gas in the back of my car, and I went to go grab that.
Okay, so what kind of car do you drive?
At the time, I was driving my mom's Chevrolet.
And can you describe what the Chevrolet is? Like what kind of car?
A truck.
A truck?
4-door Silverado.
And does the truck have a bed in the back?
Yes.
Okay, was that open?
No. It wasn't open at the time.
Say that again?
It wasn't open at the time.
Okay, so it had a covering.
No, it had an opening, yeah.
Okay, so, and you mentioned that the gallons of gas that you had was in the bed of the truck, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, what did you do once, after you offered the gas that you had?
I went to go get the gas out of the bed of the truck,
Okay, and then what?
and then somebody jumped in my driver's seat and took off.
Okay, so when you say somebody jumped in your driver's seat, did you see who that was?
Yes.
Did you see what direction they were coming from?
No,
Okay, were they in their own vehicle?
I don't know.
Okay. So to your knowledge, you just saw someone appear where you were?
Yes.
And was it that same person that picked up the pizza from you, or was it someone else?
It was somebody else.
I'm gonna need you to speak up just to make sure
It was
that.
somebody else.
Thank you. Okay, and did you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Devin.
Who
Devin
was-
Beach.
Okay, Mr. Beach. And do you see Mr. Beach in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Green.
Okay,
Noted for the
thank
record.
you. So when you saw Mr. Beach get into your car, where did you see him enter?
The driver's seat.
Can you say that again, Ms.
The
Bowman?
driver's seat.
Okay, and what did he do when he entered the driver's seat?
He drove off.
Do you need a second, Ms. Bowling?
Please.
Okay. We're almost done. Just take some deep breaths. I have just a few more questions for you, okay? Can you tell the court why you're having a difficult time saying what happened that day?
Because I love my kids, Dad, and I don't want to hurt him.
Okay, but something happened that day with Mr. Beach, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so all we need to know is just what happened that day. That's it. It doesn't mean that you don't love or care for him, okay? So can you tell us what happened after he got into the car? You said he drove away. What did he do?
He drove off with me in the bed of the truck.
Sorry, let me.
You gotta speak up. I can't hear you.
He drove off with me in the bed of the truck because I jumped in the truck. And we drove to a cemetery and he parked the car and I got out.
So when he drove off, how did he drive off? How was he driving?
Kind of fast.
Okay. Can you describe how the car felt with you in the back of the bed?
I wasn't paying attention. I was just banging on the window.
Say that again?
I wasn't paying attention. I was just banging on the back window.
If you want, you can move the speakerphone down so that way it can get, okay, there you go. So when he's driving off, do you know if he saw you in the back of the bed of the car?
No. I mean, I don't know. I just know that he flicked me off.
He flicked you off? Okay. So when you get to the cemetery, what happens?
I got out of the bed of the truck. They got in the cab of the truck and tried to rip the keys out of the ignition.
You tried to rip the keys?
Out of the ignition.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
No, he grabbed them from me.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he took off pretty much after that.
So before him taking off and you're in the car, so how do you remain in the car or do you get out of the car?
No, I remained in the car.
And then he took off in the same car as you or by foot?
By foot.
Okay. Did he have your keys at this time?
No.
Okay. Did anything else happen when you were at the cemetery?
He took my phone.
Say that again?
He took my phones.
He took your phones? Okay. How many phones?
I had 2.
Anything else?
No.
Were you able to get those phones back?
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back to your car. You stated that this was your mother's car?
Yes.
Okay, and were you the one, or how long had you been driving this car for?
Couple weeks. The time.
Did you give Mr. Beach permission to drive your car on the day of February 15th?
No.
Sorry, say that?
No.
So when he showed up to where you were, how would you describe how you felt at that moment?
Scared.
Did you expect him to be there?
No.
Do you know how he knew where you were?
No.
When he got in your car and took off, did you give him permission to do that?
No.
1 second, please. When he drove off, did you see whether or not the car hit anyone?
No.
Okay. Was the other person that was there who ordered the pizza, was he still standing there when Mr. Beach drove off?
Yeah, he was still standing.
Okay.
I didn't hear the answer. Yes, what?
Yes, he was still standing.
Thank you.
Sorry, give me 1 moment.
have no further questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Hello.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? That's a nod of your head. That means yes. You don't seem okay. You're not okay, are you?
No.
All right, but I'm still going to ask you questions, and I'd ask you to try to do your best to answer. All right. So you said earlier that your relationship with Devin had been on and off for a couple of years.
Yes.
So we're talking about this day. Was on this day was the relationship on or off, as far as you knew?
It was off.
In the past, had either you or your mother given him permission to drive this car that you had that night?
Yes.
And he drove it with your permission or with your mom's permission?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So when he jumped in the car this time, did you tell him no? Did you yell at him, no, no, no?
They all had to stop.
Okay. So was it going to be okay for him to drive it, but you just wanted him to stop?
I mean, yeah, he was able to drive any of our vehicles if he wanted. But I just asked him to stop because he was going a little fast.
Okay.
And he scared me.
Okay. You were in the back,
Yes.
the open bed.
Yes.
So his driving the car at that time, that was okay with you, but he was just driving too fast?
I mean, I just didn't know he was gonna be there, and it was just a scary moment and a scary time.
Did he say anything to you as he jumped in the car?
No.
You said at some point he flicked you off. What do you mean by that?
Put up his middle finger.
Okay. So did he do that in relationship or in a response to something you said?
Maybe because I told him to stop.
Okay. And I guess I should put on the record that when I asked the witness what it was when my client supposedly flicked him off, she held up her right hand and her middle finger was extended.
Thank you for that.
When he pulled into the cemetery, had you told him to pull into the cemetery?
I told him to stop, yes.
Okay. So do you think he stopped in relation because you told him to stop?
There's a possibility. I mean, he does have somewhat a heart.
Pardon?
He does have somewhat a heart.
So while he was driving, you were telling him to stop?
Yes.
And eventually he did stop.
Yes.
He left the car and he left you at the car.
Yes.
And you had the keys to the car.
Yes.
All right, Judge. I'm going to ask my client if there's anything
Sure.
else I need to ask. Judge and Ms. Bowling, thank you very much. No further questions.
Any redirect?
This car that you were driving, do you know how much it was worth?
No, I don't.
Could you give an estimate?
I don't know. My mom bought it. It's hers. She bought it brand new, but it's a '07 and it's a piece of junk. It's a
an
piece of
07?
junk. Yeah, it's a piece of junk now.
Okay, but you said she bought it new?
Yeah, she bought it brand new. In '07.
When you were in the car, when you got to the cemetery and you actually got into the car, the passenger side car with Mr. Beach, did he say anything to you at that point?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if he threatened you in any way?
I don't remember.
When was the last time, if you remember, that Mr. Beach had driven this car with your permission? How long had it been?
since the last time we were together, not just before he got caught and went to jail this past time, but the time before that. And that was, I want to say, it was like, it was probably September.
So from September to February, when this incident happened, the two of you were, as you said, off. You were not dating, correct? Okay, and so from September to February, he did not have any permission to drive your vehicle, is that correct? Okay, so when you saw him that day on February, can you describe? Actually, I'm gonna withdraw that question because I asked it earlier. No further questions, thank you.
Any recross?
Just a moment.
Sure.
Are you saying today that the last time that Devin had permission to drive that car was September?
No, he was able to drive it when he was around last.
Okay.
And this was just before he
Hold
went
on,
to.
I'm not hearing it. When was the last time you had permission to drive the car?
When he was around last, this past 2 months.
Let me ask it this way. This incident happened in February, right?
Yes.
Okay, how many months had it been prior to the incident in February when he last had permission to drive the car? Had it been a week? Had it been 6 months?
It was like September, and if it happened in February.
Okay, so it'd been a number of months prior to February, the last time he had permission to drive it.
Yes.
Okay.
And besides, had he driven it at all between September and February? In other words, without permission, had he driven it at all, if you know?
No.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe you step down, watch your step. You can wait out in the hallway. Ms. Morsisian, next witness.
Judge, the people are going to call Detective Lieutenant Todd.
Come on up, man. Watch your step. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in. Proceed, counsel.
Can you please state your name for the record?
It's John Toth.
Toth, I apologize. I said Toth earlier, John Toth. Mr. Toth, are you currently employed?
Yes,
And what is your, where are you employed?
Sumter Township.
What do you do for Sumter Township?
I'm a detective lieutenant. I do quite a bit.
And how long have you been with, is it the Sumter Police Department?
I've been with Sumter for 22 or 23 years and 27 in law enforcement.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective for?
Over 10 years. I don't know, maybe 14.
Were you working in that capacity as a detective for the Sumter PD on February 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall responding to an incident that occurred at Bemis Road?
I'm aware of the incident. When I was called, I was at home and I came in to assist patrol. At that point, we had already gone over to 18100, which is Bell Mobile Village off of Elwell, which is where Mr. Beach lives.
Okay, I see. My apologies.
I did make my way over there eventually that evening, but that wasn't the first location that I had gone to.
Okay, and based on the information you were gathering, what was your understanding of the situation?
That it was some type of domestic incident involving the truck, Christina, and Devin.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Mr. Beach?
Judge, I'm sorry, what's the relevance of this testimony? I mean, we've established.
So I can respond, sorry. I'm trying to get to, I don't think I met my burden with her testimony in regards to the value of the truck. And I was looking through my notes. I got that value from the detective. And so I was just going to have him describe.
Just jump to that.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So can you describe the vehicle that was involved in this incident that we're here for today?
It's just an old pickup truck. For me, when I saw the truck, I was shocked that it was used for pizza because of the amount of gas that would be required.
Okay.
It's a large truck.
And how did you know how much the car was worth?
I just went to Kelly Blue Book and just
Judge,
did an estimate.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to stipulate the value of the truck is $1,000.
Beautiful.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm gonna bet defense counsel has no questions.
I have no questions.
Please step down.
Sorry, thank you.
Anything else from the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Argument?
Judge, the people believe that for probable cause purposes, we have met our burden. I think the only 2 counts for purposes of exam are counts 1 and 2 that are felonies. The first one, unlawful driving away. In order for us to meet that burden, the people must prove that the vehicle did not belong to the defendant, which in fact, as the testimony from the complainant stated, that she was given authority from her mother to drive this vehicle, and that it was her and her mother's vehicle, not the defendant's. That the defendant took possession of that vehicle and drove and took it away, which based again on the testimony, he did do so. He showed up where she was at her job. Unclear how he knew where she was. She was dropping off a pizza at an individual's home. He shows up there, gets in the driver's side door, drives off with the complainant in the back of the bed of the truck. And then he did so both without authority or without the owner's permission. Based on the complainant's testimony, she indicated that at that time, especially that day, she had not given permission for him to drive her car away. She didn't even know why he was there or how he knew she was there. She indicated to him to stop. She also indicated that he had not driven that car since back in September, which would have been 2021. This incident occurred in February of 2022. And then finally, that the defendant in fact intended to take that vehicle without authority, knowing that he did not have authority to do so and drive away. And based again on that statement based again on the complainant's statement that he did drive away that motor vehicle without having the permission to do so. It's been stipulated that the vehicle in it was in fact anywhere from $1,000 to $20,000 that he did possess and drove away stolen property, which would have been the vehicle that he was taking away from the complainant. And therefore, the people believe that for probable cause purposes, we have met both counts 1 and 2, and the rest of the counts would carry as misdemeanors. I believe the larceny 200 to 1,000 is a misdemeanor. Thank you.
That's what it shows on my complaint. Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Judge. I would agree that there's probable cause with respect to count 1, that he did willfully and without authority take possession and drive away the Chevrolet Silverado. However, I'd object to the bind over of count 2. It wasn't a stolen vehicle. He didn't have any reason to believe that it was a stolen vehicle. He knew who it belonged to, and he was unlawfully taking possession of it. He had taken possession of it previously with permission. This time was without permission. He was unlawfully driving away an auto. He was not receiving and concealing stolen property.
I love that argument. Get a response? That's outside the box thinking, counsel.
I believe, Judge, sorry, give me one moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reading through it.
I'm pleasantly surprised by it, so take a minute.
Judge, I think, I guess maybe our understanding or my reading of it was that the
defendant himself was the one who was stealing that property. So in fact, he was receiving and concealing the stolen property that he stole, that he took away from the complainant without permission to do so. If I, 1 second, trying to read the instructions. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, and because, so the idea is that the property is stolen, and I think here is that was stolen property because he drove it away to a different location, and that in fact, I think is enough to constitute that the property was stolen. I don't think it matters whether it was considered as like prior stolen property, the fact that he took it, possessed it, and drove it to a different location in and of itself makes that property already stolen, and that is what he is doing with that stolen property.
Mr. Dunn.
The law that I've heard read many more times than I like to consider is he knew or had reason to know that the property was stolen and then took possession of it.
I've always thought it was ridiculous to charge the same guy with both count 1 and count 2.
Yeah. I
Always,
agree.
never made sense to me.
But I didn't want to use the word ridiculous.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
I will say I don't do this often, and the receiving and concealing mine is
No.
domestic, but
No.
I will like to just quickly respond. I think the knowing aspect is he knew it was stolen because he stole it.
Yeah, that's why you're charging with UDAA. Make a choice. I'll dismiss count 2. Bind over on count 1, everything else follows. AOI date is going to be the 25th of May at 9 a.m. Anything as to bond, people? Then bond will be continued.
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge, may I hear what the bond is?
5,000 cash or surety. Cash, surety, or 10% is what the file shows.
Judge, I'd ask the court to give him a personal bond, and I'll tell you why. He's got 2 pending cases in Third Circuit Court. He's got holds on both of those. He's made some terrific changes in his life. I know this is a terrible moment that you're hearing about, but he's made some amazing changes in his life since then. He committed a crime that he got arrested for, and then he was taken to the hospital, and the hospital petitioned him into Samaritan Center. He went to Samaritan Center.
We talked.
A range of medications that made him a different person. He's a different person than I met. But he's not on his medications now because he didn't get them this morning, and he's shaking. So I'm just letting the court know that he's got things to deal with down the road, but I think he's made improvements in his life. I don't know whether he can continue that. I know the court has to consider that.
Thank you for the argument. Ms. Moisisian, any response?
Judge, I mean, of course, the people are concerned with the several pending matters, as defense counsel stated. Addition, this crime was assaultive in nature. We didn't get into all of that aspect of it, especially with the other witness / complainant that was present, just because of the fact that they were misdemeanor counts.
Right.
So there are multiple people to consider in what happened during this incident. And so I guess my question is, when defense counsel said he has a hold on those other cases, is he going to remain in custody regardless?
That was my question. What's his bond on his other files?
Judge, I think he's been remanded until he gets back. He was on bond when he picked up this case that happened in February.
Not my file. Another
No,
file.
not your file. He was on bond, so they've got holds in Third Circuit on it.
Right.
And he's got a later in this month court date because of the confusion or congestion in Third Circuit.
My question is, if this is a personal bond, he's still not going anywhere.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him on a personal. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $5,000 if you don't show up for your next court date and it's your fault. All right, anything else, gentlemen?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Good luck downtown, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Quit bothering Heather to find me another file. What's going on? All good? I'm gonna get some water.
I'm just saying. Yeah, that's fine, yeah, let's do one of the other.
Hey, you can have two more.
So we still have to do Estrada Overshaw,
What about those?
Seth Johnson.
Hey Heather, what's our jury trial? So the 23rd, what is it? Yeah. It's charged. Who's doing it?
Is it still continuing contact because of domestic?
Yeah. What do you got, counsel?
We are waiving Obasha.
Come on up there. All right, appearances for the People versus Obashaw.
Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Your Honor, P84950.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Ms. Obasha, who is present in the courtroom seating to my left. Ms. Obasha, can you please state your name for the record?
Stacia Rose Obasha.
Thank you. You understand the purpose for an exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've discussed your rights and options with counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand those rights and options?
Yes, sir.
You understand that a waiver means the file is going to go downtown for your next court date?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, are you waiving freely and voluntarily
Your Honor,
today?
before she does waive that, can we put the offers on the record?
Sure, go ahead.
Yep, the people's offer, or suggested offer at circuit court would be the unlawful taking and using of a motor vehicle, failure to stop, property or property damage after an accident. And the people's suggestion would be 18 months probation and full restitution, which would be an amount of $8,519. Or there'd be potential claim for hiding.
Okay.
And Your Honor, so the waiver is conditioned on our agreement that those offers would stay open at circuit court.
I'm not scheduling another exam if it falls downtown.
No, understood.
I mean, we're waiving an
Yes,
exam,
we are
so
waiving.
what happens downtown is downtown.
Right.
Okay, I'll enter the waiver. I just need both your signatures.
Oh, Your Honor, Ms. Obasha, say on the record that she was waiving.
You're waiving?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
Alex, got anything else ready?
Yes, Judge, Whitfield and none will be.
Good luck
dismissed.
downtown, ladies.
Go ahead.
Whitfield and none will be dismissed, Judge. We have.
People versus none.
Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Nunn, P84015.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Curry.
Yes, Judge, people are unable to proceed at this time. The officer has failed to appear and the officer in charge could not locate the officer as that person is no longer with the department.
And motion, counsel.
Your Honor, we move for dismissal.
Dismissed without prejudice. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. People versus Whitfield. appearances, please.
Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge, to you and to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Brandy Robinson. My bar number is 66895, and I'm here with Trayvon Whitfield, who, for the record, is standing to my left.
Mr. Curry.
Judge, the people are unable to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is still here.
Thank
And
you.
Judge, we would move for dismissal under the circumstances.
Granted, dismissed without prejudice. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You're welcome, counsel.
Judge, can we wait for paperwork or will it be emailed? Dismissal.
Be a registered action system.
Okay. Okay. All right, very well. Thank you, likewise.
How about Johnson? What are we doing on that one?
I believe it's gonna be a hold.
That's gonna be a
Is that you two?
Yeah.
We ready?
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, come on up.
I'm gonna go get it.
Oh, okay. Yes. How many witnesses you got?
Just one, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, and I believe Ms. Curry has a question for you. regarding
Sure.
Mr. Nunn.
Yes, Mr. Nunn, since he got dismissal, he wants to, would it be possible to get a dismissal order if he wants to get his gun back from the police department?
You would need to file an order because we don't have them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'll be just the register of action.
Who-
Okay.
Which department's got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need an order.
Okay, okay, because he doesn't live here, so he's trying to get it all taken care of today, so if I send an order over today, we can get it signed?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Hold on, hold on. What do you got, Mike? Okay, okay. Hold on, just put record, and we'll be all right. We're on, we'll go ahead. All right. Are we ready?
Yes, we are, Judge.
All right. People versus Seth Johnson, appearances, please.
Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Brandy Robinson for Seth Johnson, who, for the record, is to my left, Judge.
Thank you. They train the attorneys to jump up. You're okay. You're fine. You're fine. First witness.
Yes, the people's first and only witness will be Officer Jordan Short.
Officer, come on up. Watch your step on my ramp. Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in. Your witness, Mr. Curry.
One moment, Judge. I just noticed something that Mr.
Okay.
Robinson just pointed out.
Yeah, defense attorneys are good for that.
I think we can, just clarify that. Okay. Go with that. Would you please state your name for the record?
Jordan Short,
And Mr. Short, where are you employed?
Van Buren Township Police Department,
And how long have you been with Van Buren?
8 years.
And Officer Short, I want to direct your attention to November the 8th of 2021. Were you employed that day?
Yes.
In what capacity were you employed?
Patrol officer.
And did your duties as a patrol officer take the location of Tyler Road and Walton Wood Drive?
Yes.
Is that in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
And Officer Short, were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was by myself.
And were you in what was your patrol vehicle? Could you describe your patrol vehicle to the court?
It's a fully marked patrol vehicle, overhead lights, siren.
And officer, what was your reason for being at that location?
I was following a vehicle that I observed with a defective headlight.
And based on that observation, officer, what did you do?
Initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle.
Well, that defective headlight, is that a technical offense in the city of Van Buren?
Yes.
And after you initiated that traffic stop, Officer Short, what did you do next?
I made contact with the driver, who identified as Christy Stanfield. In the passenger seat, I observed Seth Johnson, who I was familiar with. We have
Objection to, are you familiar with Mr.?
I'm sorry, the door grounded. Yeah, objection, what?
To, I guess beyond the identification, any relevance, on relevance grounds, about how
Relevance
you're familiar
objection.
with.
How's it relevant?
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Officer Short, how many occupants were in the vehicle?
2.
And after you made contact with the driver, what did you do next, officer?
Identified the driver. I identified the passenger as well, went back.
And without telling me why you were familiar with the passenger, were you familiar with the passenger?
Yes.
Is the passenger of the vehicle on the Zoom screen over in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify that person, perhaps find article of clothing they're wearing?
Looks like a blue jean, bleach stained jacket.
Noted.
Thank you, Judge. And after you made contact and identified individuals in the vehicle, what did you do next, Officer Short?
I ran them through lean.
What was the results of that search?
Warrants up for the arrest.
And upon that realization, what did you do next?
Took Mr. Johnson into custody.
And what, if anything, occurred while you were taking Mr. Johnson, or Mr. Johnson into custody?
As I asked him to step out of the vehicle and was placing him into custody, I observed in plain sight a syringe that was stuck underneath the passenger seat in like the floorboard area.
On the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the?
I believe it was the right-hand side.
Was reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Let me know when your recollection is refreshed, officer.
It's like the right side, right by the door.
And just for clarification, the driver then was in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And where was Mr. Johnson seated in the vehicle?
Front passenger seat.
And upon that observation, in plain view, officer, what did you do next?
Once I secured him, I then secured the driver, had her be removed from the vehicle with my partner. And then I removed that syringe from the seat.
And was that syringe placed into evidence, officer?
That syringe, I confiscated that syringe and disposed of it. That was that one that I observed in plain sight. Ended up being empty when I did the vehicle search due to the probable cause for the drug paraphernalia in the vehicle. So then I located another loaded uncapped syringe.
And where did you locate the loaded uncapped syringe?
That was under the front passenger seat.
And apologies, officer, was that syringe placed in evidence?
Yes, it was.
And officer, did you file a report in this matter?
Yes.
And would that report have a number?
Yes.
Do you remember at this moment the report number?
I have it in front of me. I can read it.
Would you?
The report number is 2100118844.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people would move into evidence the people's proposed Exhibit 1, State of Michigan Department of State Police Forensic Science Division, the Northville Forensic Laboratory indicates the results of what was seized in the suspected syringe. It has the agency number bearing the number that was read into evidence by Officer Short. People are moving for its admission under 76611B for exam purposes only.
No objection for exam purposes only.
Thank you. That's the way it'll come in then.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish the results?
Please do.
And the results of the analysis based upon observations made, the results of microscopic, chemical, and or instrumental analyses performed on the above listed items. The following statement of findings is made. Item 1, weight 9.3100 grams, substance identified cocaine. Schedule 2, additional information. Reported weight is the gross weight of the item, which includes the weight of the plastic container, the brown liquid inside the container. And Your Honor, just for clarity of the record, if I may approach. Mr. Robinson, appears to be under the suspect, it appears that the name previously typed was that of the driver.
Right.
But it was crossed out and indicates the defendant's name.
Do we know who did the crossing out and the indicating?
No, not at all. And the copy I received, Judge, for the record, did indicate the driver's name. So I'm not sure when that modification was made or by whom, but I think it's pertinent to the issues at play.
And Judge, I brought it out just to kind of get ahead of the issue. I don't think
Sure.
it's pertinent because Officer Short's testimony about where the syringe was located and where Mr. Johnson was seen. So I believe that any error would be harmless at best.
Either one of you have an objection if I ask a couple questions?
No, Judge.
None of them do, Judge.
How many pieces of evidence did you seize from that search that day?
There was two, the uncapped syringe and the loaded syringe. The syringes were disposed of and the liquid inside the loaded syringe was.
All right, so from that stop, you only sent one item to the lab.
One item.
That's the report that came back?
Yes.
I'll accept it for today's purposes.
Yeah, of course, Judge. Thank you. And Your Honor, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson.
Good afternoon, Officer Short.
Good afternoon.
All right, I just want to go back to something that you said on direct exam in your answers to the prosecutor. He asked you if you placed the syringe on evidence. Do you remember that question?
Correct.
And that your answer to that was yes, right?
I took it into evidence, but it was just, once I took the brown substance, I injected it into another vial to be transported to the lab. It was uncapped syringe, so we disposed of that after photographs.
Okay, so this was a syringe that was loaded with some substance.
Yes.
And you found this in the vehicle.
Correct.
And it was under the seat.
Yes.
And I mean, syringes are meant to be injected, right?
Correct.
And this was found in the vehicle, right?
Right.
But you didn't save the syringe in any way, right?
No, it was uncapped.
Okay, but you didn't save it.
Correct.
And you didn't save the other syringe either that you found in the car that didn't have any substance either.
Correct.
Right? And why don't you describe what those syringes look like for the record?
They're small, clear syringes with they normally have an orange cap on the end of them.
Okay, did either of the syringes have a cap on them?
I don't recall the one that was located in plain view that was stuff. I cannot remember what that one was. The one that was located with the substance in it, it was uncapped.
Okay, so you don't remember if the one was capped or not, that didn't have any substance in it?
I would have to look back on my report if
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know if that one was capped or uncapped.
Okay, if it was capped, you didn't preserve it, right?
No.
And is it made of plastic?
Yes.
Okay, so there could have been fingerprints potentially on that syringe based on whoever handled it, fair to say?
Sure.
And for the one syringe that didn't have any substance in it, that could have been filled with something at some point,
Judge, I
right?
would object to speculation.
I mean, I can rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
If there was DNA that was on that syringe, we wouldn't know because you didn't preserve it, right? Either one of them, right?
Possibly.
Possibly. So if there was in fact DNA on, let's say, the syringe that was between the door and the passenger seat, we wouldn't have that DNA because we don't have the syringe, correct?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
No, I don't think he answered that question.
It wasn't specifically asked and answered, but I can take judicial notice that we can't talk about evidence we don't have.
Okay, that's fair. Now, you said that you put Mr. Johnson under arrest for having a suspended license, correct?
For warrants.
For warrants?
Correct.
Okay, and when you approached the car and first interacted with Mr. Johnson, I mean, he wasn't yelling, right?
No.
Wasn't being threatening?
No.
Wasn't making any, what sometimes officers talk about is like furtive gestures, right?
No, both are fine.
right? He wasn't making any movements that you found to be suspicious, right?
Correct.
And in fact, at some point, you took custody of his personal book bag, right?
Correct.
And you searched that item.
Correct.
Right? And you looked in all the compartments of that backpack, right?
Correct.
Because you're making sure that there's no contraband in it, right?
Yeah, no further evidence.
Right, and there was nothing. You didn't find any additional contraband in that backpack, correct? All right. Now, this car was registered to the driver, correct?
Possibly, I would have to look back. It's either the driver or her mother.
Okay, but it wasn't a car that was registered to Mr. Johnson,
No.
right? And the driver of that car, Christy Stanchfield, you know that individual, correct?
Yes.
You know her to be Mr. Johnson's mother,
Yes.
correct? You know her to have a drug history, correct?
Yes, past drug history.
Past drug history. All right. Now, when you got the syringe from under the seat, and this was under the passenger seat, you said, right?
Yes.
You said it had a substance in it, right?
Yes.
And what color was that substance?
It's like a brown.
It was brown. And based on the color of it, right? You've had some experience as in your role as a law enforcement officer with let me rephrase the question. In your experience as an officer, you've seen controlled substances before, correct?
Yes.
And based on your experience, you thought, based on the color, that substance was a particular substance, right?
Yes.
What did you think it was?
Possibly heroin.
Possible heroin, right? And then we know that you submitted it to the lab and it came back as cocaine. All right. Have you ever seen brown liquid cocaine before?
Personally, no.
Okay. And then you talked about this process of taking liquid from the syringe and putting it into another container or something that you then submitted to the lab. Can you just tell us about what specifically you did?
There was a plastic container, evidence container.
Okay.
Uncapped it, injected the syringe into it, capped it back up, and logged in the evidence.
And where is that plastic container kept?
And the evidence.
So do you have like just a supply of them?
It's like an evidence locker.
Okay. Is that stuff kept in any sort of sterile environment, or is it just in a locker?
It's a locked evidence locker.
It's an evidence locker. Okay. Is it secured in any sort of plastic or anything to keep the contents of it
Probably
sterile?
refer to evidence technician locker. So there's a cupboard that's under a sink and is a locked cupboard for evidence technicians.
Okay.
And there's the little plastic vials in there.
Okay, and are they just, was this vial just loose inside that cupboard, or was it inside of some plastic and packaging? I'm just trying to
It
understand.
was loose inside there.
Okay, so you took what was in the container, in the syringe, you put it into that container, you capped it, and then you put that capped container where?
Into evidence.
Okay, and then at what point did it get to the lab? Did you send it to the lab, or did somebody else?
No,
send it?
I submit it into an evidence locker, which is then turned over to the evidence officer or the officers that are in charge of the evidence room, and it gets submitted.
Okay. Was anybody else present when you did that?
I do not believe so.
Okay, and is that process recorded in any way?
If my body cam was on, it was, but normally it's not.
Okay.
It's just in the squad room, safe area.
Just one moment.
Sure.
Oh, when you put Mr. Johnson under arrest, he didn't say anything to you about the drugs or anything, right? He didn't make a statement to you at all, right?
No one usually does.
Okay. Just a moment. No further questions.
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
You can step down. Thank you. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Argument.
Your Honor, we would move for a bind over at this time. We've heard from Officer Short. You've heard a valid traffic stop for Fourth Amendment purposes, observing of the defective light, stop, identification of the two individuals in the vehicle. Officer Short then checks There are active warrants for one, for at least Mr. Johnson. He's asked out of the car. Officer Johnson sees him plain view syringe. Then searches, does a further search based on that observation of the syringe and locates the syringe filled with the suspected material underneath the passenger seat, which is where Mr. Johnson is sitting. That was submitted into evidence, and Judge, the People's Exhibit 1 indicates that substance tested positive for cocaine, Judge. So people would move for a bind over at this time.
Ms. Robinson.
Judge, we would object to the bind over. I don't believe that the people have presented sufficient evidence that, number one, that Mr. Johnson possessed any controlled substance, and that he was anything other than merely present in this vehicle where the controlled substance was found. The testimony from the officer was that this was not a car that was registered to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson was riding as a passenger in that car. I think what the court can infer is they find 2 syringes in this car. One that appears not to have anything in it and may have been used, and then the other one that's full. And the officer was candid about the fact that he's never seen brown cocaine, right? He thinks it's heroin. I think everybody would think it's heroin. It goes to the lab and it comes back as cocaine. I would suggest to the court that the presence of an empty syringe and the presence of a syringe that has what is now brown cocaine suggests that may have just been in the car with the driver or whoever's car that belonged to. Absent some, and this is a car that belongs to a person with a known controlled substance history. I would suggest to the court that, again, his mere proximity in a vehicle where something like this is present is not enough to show that he intent or had any authority or dominion over those items. There was no language, no conversation, nothing that would have suggested to him that Mr. Johnson was claiming possession of those items. And then, in fact, he searches his backpack. I think that if I was a person who was actively involved in the use of controlled substances, I would have paraphernalia. I would have something in my bag. I would keep those items in my bag, especially as the police are showing up. But he searches his bag. He doesn't find any items. I don't think they have enough here, even by a probable cause standard, to establish that Mr. Johnson is guilty of this offense, and I would ask the court not to find it over.
Thank you, counsel. Response.
Judge, I think an important inference here to respond to Ms. Robinson's mere possession argument is that if Officer Short was able to see the syringe in plain view, then so could Mr. Johnson likely. And if Mr. Johnson were able to see the syringe and he weren't in possession or dominion control of it, another thing he would likely do is remove that from the area and also check the surrounding areas. But Judge, I think the people are able to meet our verdict today solely on the fact that he is the passenger of the vehicle. And there were 2 syringes located, one wedged in the seat in plain view, as well as one directly under the seat. Judge, so I think that is sufficient dominion control for probable cause purposes. I would request a bind over.
I agree. I think it's barely enough, but it's enough for probable cause. I'll bind over. Sir, your AOI date is going to be the 25th of May at 9 a.m. Your bond is continued. I wish you luck downtown.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yes, we are. All righty. Hey, you know what? Come here.
Yeah.
I'm going to rush, so I'm going to make you share this with Sona. Both of you talk too much in your closing arguments, and I'm saying that with love.
I know.
I'm saying that with love. She had a perfect one, her last one she just did. She made this great argument about why we should all be bound over, blah, 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 blah. And counsel said, I agree, there's probable cause on count 1. I love it when a prosecutor just says, Judge, I'll reserve argument, because quite often you don't have to use your argument depending on what the defense attorney says. So I think both of you would be better served if, especially if it's not some 3-day exam where you really got to do a recap on everything like that. Yeah, I mean these quickies like this, yeah. I think you might, especially when I'm sitting through 8 of them in an afternoon.
Yeah,
I think you're both better served. And share this with it, please.
Okay.
I think you're both better served with just say, Judge, I reserve argument until after I hear what the defense has got to say, because really that's all you need is rebuttal.
Understood.
Makes sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Not that you're making me mad when you're talking too much.
And on the sauna, I'm thinking, oh, no, that's like all of that, she just kept going.
All right, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Judge. Oh, and Judge, I'm sorry if there was, when I asked Heather about I wasn't asking you to write me a letter. I was just gonna list you.
No, I would have written you a letter, brother. Yeah, no,
I appreciate it.
but I honestly, I'd rather have someone call me.
Okay.
Because I'll sell you much better on a phone call than I will a letter.
Okay,
And
understand.
I don't want to lose you. You understand that?
I know.
I'm not gonna hold you back.
Don't torpedo my.
No. If you want to go in Manhattan, I'm gonna sell you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I think you're a great prosecutor already and you got no experience. Yeah, so I think you're only getting better. Maybe you can come see us after you're done with that.
I hope so.
Yep, that's fine.